Good evening. Welcome to our meeting. Thank you for being here tonight. Going to read our public notice, and then we will go into our pledge. Public notice of this meeting pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act has been given by the Board Secretary on December 10th, 2024 in the following manner. Posted notice on the school bulletin board at the Administration Building, transmitted to the Courier Post, Philadelphia Inquirer, and the Clerk of Cherry Hill Township. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mrs. Sugars, can you please call the roll?
Mrs. Sherfain,
Here.
Mrs. Gallagher,
Here.
Mr. Greenbaum,
Here.
Mr. Mayor,
Here.
Dr. Rude,
Here.
Mrs. Niaz,
Here.
Mrs. Tong,
Here.
Mrs. Winters,
Here.
Ms. Stern.
Here. So Dr. Morton, I believe we're going to start our evening with recognizing a few folks who are joining us in the meeting tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ms. Stern. It is my pleasure and privilege and honor this evening to recognize many of our outstanding young people who participated in our fall sports program. I'm going to call up Mrs. Carol Roscoff along with Mr. Finkel and Dr. Burns to come join me at the microphone as we recognize these outstanding young people.
So good evening, everyone. I'm here tonight on behalf of Mr. Burrell. He could not be here tonight, so I'm gonna stand this way. He couldn't be here tonight, so he asked me to fill in for him. So he wrote something, and I'm just gonna read it. This fall athletic season was another banner year for Cherry Hill Athletics, showcasing the incredible talent, dedication, and teamwork of our students. While tonight we honor two exceptional teams, it's important to recognize the outstanding achievement across all programs. East Girls Tennis reached the sectional final for incredible 24th consecutive year. East Girls Soccer secured their first home playoff victory in over 15 years. East Girls Cross Country finished the season ranked 6th in South Jersey. West Girls Field Hockey set a single season record for wins, and Tatum Woods broke the career record for most goals. West Girls Soccer came with a penalty kick within a penalty kick of advancing to the sectional final and had the most wins in school history. And West Boys Cross Country, Rex Takachi was crowned Camden County champion. In total, between East and West, 77 student athletes were named all conference this fall, a remarkable accomplishment. At the middle school level, our future stars shine brightly. Carusi Boys Soccer reached the conference semifinals. Beck Field Hockey made a historic run to the conference championship game. Beck Boys Cross Country placed second at the Camden County Championships, with Conan Pointer crowned the overall middle school boys champion, and Beck's Girls Cross Country finished third at the Camden County Championship, with Leah Vogel earning the bronze. The undefeated in-conference play, East Girls Volleyball, coached by Joe Feeney, and Mr. Feeney, I'm gonna ask you to come up. East Girls Volleyball are the 2024 Olympic Conference American Division champions. And Coach Feeney, can you please join us here to say a few words about your season and then introduce your members of the team?
Not sure which way to stand here.
I know it's really awesome.
First, I'd like to thank the board for your support of the program, but especially getting us a freshman coach this year made a big difference. We had 45 total players and managers rostered this fall, had a substantial number of young women that were able to participate in this program. More players than at any point in the history of the high school, which was great. So thank you for that support. As far as the team goes, again, you said 22-4 record, which was outstanding, and perfect 8-0 in the Olympic American division and conference American Conference champions for the first time since 2016. So congratulations, ladies. Thank you. All right, supposed to call each one up and hand them this. Okay. Take them posters. All right, Isabel Bologna. I'm gonna mess up your name. Sorry, Isabel Bologna. It's not here. Angela Cho. Madison James. Yeah, I'm really fumbling. Jobs here. Aubrey Mon. Leela Mon. Greta Moeller. Harper Nickel. Lila Rossi. Nicole Shoel. Juliana Simpson. Maeve Slattery. Amanda Yu. And Iris Yuan. Again, you're 2024 Olympic American champions. Thank you.
If we could ask all the girls from the volleyball team and Coach Feeney, if you could go out into the the foyer area for a picture, please. So at this time, I'd like to ask the East football coach to come forward. So East football, coached by Tyler Drob, was West Jersey Football League Memorial Division champions. Coach Drob, please join us at the podium, which you've done already, and please recognize your players.
Great.
All right, so I'm going to say a few words as well. All right, how's everyone doing this evening? When Mr. Brow told me, I put a little something down since I'm definitely a planner. All right, so let me just start off. I want to start off by thanking the district, the board, our athletic director, Mr. Brow, our principal, Mr. Finkel, especially for his huge support throughout the season, Dr. Morton, and our students for tremendous support throughout the whole season. The success of our team this year started with the commitment of our players, coaches, especially a lot of our seniors you see here tonight. After we had a 5-5 season last year, I think they were really determined to take the next step. So it started with their leadership. So through everyone's hard work, we were able to win the Memorial Division, have our first undefeated regular season since 1988, and win our first playoff game since 1991. So some amazing accomplishments led by these guys. As an alumni of Cherry Hill East, I was most proud of our entire community coming together for our first home night games in school history, which was pretty special. So thank you especially to the board and everyone who made that happen. That was a tremendous accomplishment, just tremendous to see for our guys. And for me, as an alumni, it was pretty special. Pretty special to see that. Just everybody in the community really coming together and supporting us. I know that's something we'll remember for a long time. So it was really special. and tremendous. Luckily, we were able to go undefeated at home this year. And last thing, I just wanted to finish by giving another huge congratulations to our players on accomplishments. It hasn't been done in over 30 years, so I'm glad we could give them that pride to take with them. But thank you to everyone for their support throughout the season. All right, so how we'll do this easiest. Players that are here, let's all go in the back. I'll call you down. You got to take a little line in the back. You can go right now. Go right now. I'll call you down. There's a lot of guys that might not be here this evening, so I won't call all the names. I'll just call those that are here with us. Yeah, with our basketball game, I know that. We do have a lot of our captains and our leaders here tonight. Great. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot. Good luck. All right, we have first Jackson Bowman. Next, we have Isaiah Donaldson. You're welcome. Next, we have Nico Garcia. Next, we have Greg Olerchik. And we have Brody Connors. Next. And we have Liam Sweeney. Kyle Fisher. Tristan Perry. Zach Salisbury. Trevor Levin. Lawrence Foreman. Ryan Gorman. Aiden Stewart. And last, we have Ona Pela.
Thank you. And we are going to recognize East Cross Country Coach, the 2024 South Jersey Track Coaches, Boys Cross Country Coach of the Year, Chris Corey. Mr. Corey, are you here? He's not here. I'm just going to read what Mr. Brow wrote about him. This past season, he finished second in the Group 4 state championship and finished as a top 5 in all of New Jersey at the Meet of Champions. He has led 2 of his athletes to his career to the All South Jersey team, Oliver Adler, who finished 5th overall in New Jersey in 2019 and went on to run for Harvard's Division I program, and Brody Bogus, who was awarded All South Jersey Runner of the Year in 2024 and will run D1 at Rutgers, New Brunswick next year. Coach Corey's other athletes have received scholarships to run at Emory, Marist, and Temple University. Through his leadership and commitment to hard work, Coach Corey has developed Cherry Hill East Boys Cross Country into one of the best high school programs in New Jersey. So now we are going to recognize East Boys Cross Country runner Brody Bogus. Brody is the 2024 South Jersey Track Coaches Boys Cross Country Runner of the Year. Brody is a 4-year varsity recipient and team captain on the cross country team. This season, Brody led his team to a 2nd place finish at the conference, sectional, and state championship meet. At the state championship, Brody was the 3rd fastest runner from South Jersey. This helped his team secure a 2nd place finish, only 1 point away from winning the state title. At the Meet of Champions, Brody was the fastest runner from South Jersey with a time of 16:07, and he helped his team finish 5th overall. Other individual accolades include a personal best time of 15:30 in the 5K. This is the second fastest time in school history. Brody was also selected as a member of the All-State team consisting of the top 8 runners from New Jersey. He earned first team Olympic Conference honors and was selected for the All-South Jersey team and the All-Camden County team. Brody has recently committed to Rutgers University in New Brunswick, where he is committed to run next year. Congratulations on an outstanding season.
Brody, I remember you on the soccer field and you were so fast then. It's great to see you. Congratulations. See you, Todd. Okay. Well, that was fun and exciting. And now we move on to other fun and exciting recognition. Bittersweet, actually. I wouldn't call it so exciting, but tonight is the final meeting night of 3 of our Board of Education members. We have Dr. Ben Rude, who has been with the board for 3 years and is finishing a very busy, intense 3 years of service. We have Sally Tong, Mrs. Sally Tong, who has been with our board for 6 years. 6 long years, a lot of work, a lot of time. And then Mrs. Katsia Niaz. So I'm gonna ask if you would come with me one at a time. We'll start with Mrs. Tong, who's had the longest service, to the microphone and have a little something for you there. This is a strange place to stand. I'm not used to this. So Sally, this is for you. This is an honor of your service and as a small thank you. You know, you've really spent a lot of time here serving this community, serving these kids. And I know how much, you know, how strongly you feel about doing everything you can to do the best for our students in this district. So I just want to thank you. I want to give you a hug.
Thank you.
And it's been
Should I
here a
say-
long time, so you're more than welcome to say something.
Well, I'll say a quick comment. I'm not a long conversational person. I will have to thank you all the board members, all the administrators, left and right, in the center. We really have worked over the past 6 years, a new beginning for me, but eventually I'll grow and I'm the eldest one or oldest one in this group now for the board. But I will come back and visit. That's not really the end. I know there's a lot more to be done, and I'll be there to support the students. I really appreciate every student coming and going, graduating, and doing the better for themselves. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Sally, for your service. Okay. Dr. Rude, if you would join me at the microphone for just a short, short second. So I can't believe it's 3 years. You know, I think that, you know, one of the things that you've really brought was in the eyes of, in other words of my predecessor saying that you always had divergent thinking, which you brought a really strong voice for. Again, I think, you know, just wanting the best for the students of our district and, you know, really to do what you could to make this town and this district a better place for our kids. So I just want to thank you so much on behalf of the board and present you with this plaque as well. I think it's okay. And thank you. I'll give you a few words. Thank you for your 3 years of service.
Okay, I just want to, I'll say thank you to my fellow board members. It's been an interesting experience serving on the Board of Education. I didn't think it was something I would ever do. My daughter Lily is in the back. She forced me to run in the first place. So I thought it fitting that she be here for my last meeting. I'm really grateful. We've done a lot together. We passed a big bond. We got preschool up and running. We've been working on curriculum. We had to choose a new superintendent. We've done so much in the 3 years that I have been here, and I'm really grateful to have worked on all of that with you. I think I would be remiss if I didn't stand on the platform that I usually like to stand on, which is protecting our kids. So my leaving, my kind of farewell message to the board, even though it's not the end of the meeting yet, but it's look at the challenges our kids already face and the challenges that they're going to face in the future. It's kind of a scary time as we go into January when, you know, I don't want to be political, but you can't help but acknowledge that many different groups of children in our community fit demographics that have been targeted by different groups. And there is going to be a lot of fear and anxiety as we go forward. For our Latino students, they're going to need extra concern, extra care, extra thought. For our LGBTQ students, they're going to need extra thought and extra care in the coming years. And I know that the people on the board have huge hearts and are here for all students. And I just want to especially encourage you to do your service with grace and to remember that we're here to really serve all kids in the district, no matter whether we agree with their politics or their person. So that's my farewell message, and I'm just really grateful to all of you. Thank you.
So Mrs. Niaz, it's been 10 months, I believe. Is it 10 months, February?
I think so. I lost count.
Since you joined our board. So it hasn't been as maybe long as some of the other board members, but you've definitely made an impact. I think that you've shown up to so many activities in our district to be part of things and understand how you can contribute to making the district and to the township to a better place for our kids. So I want to thank you for your service. This is for you, Mrs. Niaz, and just want to wish you well in the next year when you don't have to commit 1,000 Tuesday nights to being here. So.
Well, I just want to thank my fellow board members for being so supportive and helping me through the whole process. Dr. Morton, I want to thank you and your administration for being there for our kids. You have a lot of work to do, but I think that you will be able to do it. We've come a long way, but we have a long way to go. At the end of the day, it's about the kids, like Ben said, and we are a team, and we may have different perspectives on things, but we all want what's best for our children, and that's what should only matter. So I wish everybody else the best of luck. I wish the new board members best of luck, and I am so happy to be done right now. For now.
Okay, so now that we've had our recognitions, we're going to move things around a little bit on our agenda, and we're actually going to move on to 7.1 under administrative reports. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Morton, who's going to talk about what we're going to be hearing. I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Sugars to find out exactly what we're going to be hearing.
So we asked Mr. Garrison from Garrison Architects to be with us tonight to kind of go over the results of the Rosa bid. We had talked about this project going out to bid. It will address all of the issues at Rosa. It will add a new cafeteria onto Rosa with a multi-purpose room stage setup in it. We'll also create music rooms and a new front entrance. One of the issues that we have run into with this project is that between the time that we were doing our investigating of the buildings and filling out project applications and the time that we actually went out to bid is that we found some issues with the classroom doors at Rosa. And so when we put the project out to bid, we decided that we would be remiss if we did not address this issue and complete the building. Unfortunately, in doing that, we also are going to have an increased cost of the project more than we had originally anticipated between the cost of the doors and some additional hazardous materials removal that has to be done with the project. And so since this is the first bid, we've been very fortunate with our bids and where we, as we are managing our bond referendum funds, but this is the first bid that is coming in significantly over budget. But I asked Mr. Garrison to come tonight to talk about what that looks like, some strategies that we have to address that issue. But we feel that it is important that we move forward with this bid despite the difference between the budget and the actual costs. So without further ado, Mr. Bob Garrison from Garrison Architects.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Sugars. And I'd be remiss if I didn't try to tie an aspect to the bond referendum to one of the most successful football seasons that ever occurred at East. Am I right in making that comparison? So what a wonderful thing. As you know, part of the bond was the stadium lighting, and it's already reaped a lot of benefits. So as Mrs. Sugars mentioned, let me hit some of the highlights for you. The Carusi Middle School was the first middle school project under construction. The Rosa School was next, and then we're going to tackle Beck this spring. So we put the Rosa project out to bid. The district received 2 construction bids. Newport Construction was $16,174,600. D'Andrea was $16,469. These bids also included a cash allowance for unforeseen conditions, which we always have made good use of, and I'll speak to that in a minute. There was only $294,000 difference between the 2 bids. That tells us that the instructions, the plans and specifications were very, very clear because it's such a small difference that both companies knew exactly what they were bidding on. Both of these contractors, general contractors who employ a lot of subs, also have a working relationship with the district. They're involved in the all-purpose rooms. They're involved in the construction of Carusi. So they're known to the district, which when we take a bid, we hope that we attract good quality contractors, which is what we did here. Also, in addition with the general contractors, there are different subcontractors that work underneath them. And those are Deck Electric, JV Pulmonary, Eagle, and CJ Schmidt. That's important because when we go to the electrical systems, the plumbing systems, the mechanical systems, those contractors working under the GC are also familiar with the district, which makes us more comfortable in proceeding. Unfortunately, this time of the year, here in December, with the way the holidays are falling, the bid schedule wasn't as favorable as we would like it to be. The marketplace fills up quickly. We try to monitor that in South Jersey. But one of our bidders, Velasco Mechanical, on that past Tuesday, the 10th, when we took the bids, had 5 other bids that day. Pennsauken High School also had a large project bidding at 1 o'clock, and our bid was at 3 o'clock. So we had some market conditions that also limited the number of bidders. The Rosa project turned out, as Mrs. Sugars described, to be a difficult project with asbestos. We thought the most challenging project was already under contract, being the Carusi Middle School with regard to asbestos. But when we went in and did our additional investigation, we found out that the 42 classroom doors would be much more complicated in order to replace them, which was part of the program. In fact, in 1992, they were just put in place with some grouting of concrete in the frames, which meant they weren't secured to the structure above. Additionally, we knew when we found out that the doors were surrounded by plaster that was asbestos containing materials, that we weren't going to leave this condition in the district, that had to be dealt with. And it had to be dealt with in a specific manner because, as you all can imagine, part of a classroom renovation is also dealing with the electrical aspects of it. So we had to deal with the lighting and the switching and the low voltage devices on either side of the door frame. So we came up with what we thought was the most cost-effective solution. That solution, though, with the asbestos ended up costing on bid day about $1.9 million. The district's consultant and our thoughts going into that and our budget going to that was a mere $400,000, which you can see now has caused us, or by appearance here this evening. So that was a large portion of what the unexpected cost was. The other thing is the HVAC. We have a new refrigerant in January 2025 coming out. So we're going to have to be mindful going forward about our HVAC equipment, which is a large part of the bond. The new refrigerant is more expensive to install, and that's going to be something that we look at in the future. So as Mrs. Sugar says, we now have a problem. We have the first project out of 11 that we've done successfully, $108 million successfully, and what to do to solve this problem. Well, between 2020 and 2024, the completed projects that are under construction were on budget. The allowance returned to the district is $1,097,000. So what is the allowance? In each bid, I talked about the allowance here, cash allowance for unforeseen conditions. If that allowance is not used in the bid, it's returned to the Board of Education. It is only used at the Board of Education authorization and their representatives. So this cash allowance is not a slush fund. It's used for unforeseen conditions. To date, out of the $1,097,000, the district had received, and you all have received in credit change orders, some $404,000. We have another $692,000 that's still out there in allowance money that is sitting there for the APRs, which, as many of you know, are out of the ground. The frames are up. Kingston is well on its way to completion. And so there's a future of $692,000 that could be, most of it most likely be returned to the district. The big achievement, I think, in the bidding of the projects thus far is the early childhood projects. These projects were $3 million under budget. They are now under construction. These projects are located at Kilmer and Malberg. And you remember there are two additions and also the bathroom renovations for the early childhood program. So we were really pleased to see that under budget scenario. Part of the reason that they were under budget was good design and also the fact that we could now use money to complete the bond work. And what do I mean by that? Both of the school sites, Malberg and Kilmer, as you may remember from the referendum, have parking and circulation improvements. We did not make them part of the original pre-K expansion, but now since we have money, we're going to go ahead and do those projects. By doing those projects in the preschool expansion grant and getting the 40% state aid, that's a smart strategy to return $2 million approximately. We're out and getting pricing on that with DeAndrea, $2 million back to the bond fund. So because we were under budget there, we can now pivot, do and complete some bond work, and return significant dollars back to the bond referendum overall program accounting. The other thing that we have is the dance studio. The dance studio was successfully completed by Connor Construction. Connor Construction gave us a very favorable bid of $830,000. The budget for that particular project, along with the West Stair construction, was $1.5 million. So we saved $722,000 with the successful dance studio project. Most of that savings was due in part to the fact that we had our structural engineers reevaluate the dance studio. In the previous consultants' reports, much more difficult construction was anticipated. We came up with a creative solution which saved money there. We plan on using that creative solution when we start on the East Auditorium project. There we have some $5.5 million in repairs in the bond, and we're certainly confident that we can do a lot better with that particular budget as well, just like we did in the dance studio. The other thing, we always look for dollars outside of the bond and outside the envelope. So the prescriptive HVAC rebates, these are the rebates that I talked to you about before with the Board of Public Utilities, TRC, and now in the hands of PSE&G, our energy provider. We have our consultant, Square K Energy, Chad Moore, just a wonderful resource in going to PSE&G in the state program and returning dollars back to the district. These are dollars because we specify LED lighting, high efficiency HVAC equipment. The forecast there is that we have $150,000 worth of rebates coming back. So to summarize, we had some unexpected costs. We didn't want to leave a problem with the doors and the asbestos contained materials. We have fortunate bids and return dollars to the bond. We have other sources of revenue, and we try to be good stewards, the taxpayer dollar, keeping an eye on the ball that we have $363 million to spend, no more. So with that, it's our recommendation that the Board of Education award the construction contract to Newport for $16,174,600. And as Mrs. Sugar says, completing the scope of work. Scope of work that will change that whole environment from a new security vestibule in the front to dramatically supporting, from a physical plant standpoint, the music program there that is beyond my wildest imaginations. When we interviewed the principal and looked at the music program, they said they needed X number of units for storage and instruments. And we're like, wait a minute, that's a Division I marching band that you have with the number of instruments you have. But the program there is so robust, so progressive. We are now going to give them a state-of-the-art music room. And next door, they're going to have a state-of-the-art cafetorium, because the cafeteria is going to have a stage with a lot of bells and whistles, with a lot of the theater lighting and sound systems that they deserve in order to enhance and showcase their talents from an instructional standpoint, along with a little bit of parking, a lot of HVAC, a lot of clean air, a lot of IT and infrastructure. That school will be transformed just like we're transforming Carusi right now.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Garrison?
Mrs. Gallagher.
I was just thinking, with the additional asbestos work, does that change the timeline of could that
Great.
impact school starting in the fall, or I don't know how long that will take?
Great question. So the asbestos in cutting the doors is severe, just like Carusi. So we're not going to have to relocate the students to trailers, temporary classroom units, which is fortunate. But what we are going to have to do is shut down that two-story portion, the back portion of the school, shut that down with the barrier, do the asbestos work over 3 or 4 weeks, which causes us a delay in doing the HVAC and other work in that two-story classroom wing. But we need to get that done and cut those doors, those 42 doors. Then we reopen, and then we start with the HVAC. The following summer, so that would be the summer of 26, we'll be able to go in and do the vinyl asbestos tile that we knew about and some pipe insulation in a lot less impact. So the schedule does get expanded because we got to take care of this first 3-4 weeks of plaster door.
Like you were talking, you were mentioning like a lot of obviously like numbers, and I know that Mrs. Sugars presented some of the budget, the bond projects at our I think it was our last meeting, and it kind of feels like we're, it seems like some are a little over, some are under, like there's like this kind of back and forth between projects, and this obviously there's an overage to it, but based off of like where we are, like this doesn't take us off track.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
And then I want you to think about one thing, and not to pat ourselves on the back. We're talking about $108 million successfully on budget, under construction in the district with 11 different projects. We started with the roofing and have site work and some of this stuff. So I am very encouraged about where we are. I think we spend a lot of time, and Mrs. Sugars knows this because on Thursday she consumes her entire morning on the call with us, arguing with each other and getting things right and getting better with district staff, facility staff, and whatnot to do the best that we possibly can. This was a curveball. Fortunately, we have the early childhood bids that we did a good job in and that we applied for, and you board members had the courage to apply for the early childhood money. Everybody made a big deal recently, I think it was a few days ago, that, oh, these New Jersey schools got $44 million in shared in early childhood money. You saw the press release. Well, that was round 3. You guys are already under construction with your projects, which was round 1 because you had the courage to step forward and get the money first. So congratulations to you in that regard. So we're able to save that money there and be smart enough to have the bond question written, as I talked to you before, to be able to shift monies from one school project to another, because some are going to be up and some are going to be down. Right now, we've had a lot of ups. This is one little down. We'll try to avoid that in the future.
Other board members have any questions or comments or? Guess I'll just make a comment. I honestly been waiting for the other shoe to drop at some point because that's what happens with construction, right? When you do renovation and construction, at some point in time, all of a sudden you run into oh no, and how are we going to cut the budget? All you have to do is, you haven't done it yourself, you can watch any renovation show on television and you see that happening. And I guess we're no different. I just want to clarify because as Mrs. Gallagher said, there was a lot of numbers. So it sounds like, could you just walk us through kind of how much we're over and where we're seeing, how much we're seeing from other potential projects? Just highlight those numbers again for us, just to
Sure.
kind of really make it simplified for us.
Sure. So
Thank
we're over $2,527,000. And where we make up that money is an anticipated $2 million at Malberg and Kilmer with site work going to DeAndrea in a change order, returning that money out of the early childhood back to the bond. We have $404,000, which you folks have already accepted in returned allowances on the roofing contract and other contracts. We have $722,000 that we didn't spend for the Connor construction contract because Connor was 830 when the budget was $1,552,000. So those are 3 big chunks of money. There's $150,000 coming back in rebates from PSE&G. And we have $692,000 that we did not spend right now for the APRs and Carusi, which potentially could be returned to you. So the APR money will come back first because that project will be completed this summer. The Carusi money will last a few years as we get through the phases of construction.
Thank you. So it sounds like could
More than enough,
potentially be
yeah.
more than the 2.5 that we unfortunately are.
Yeah.
I said we just jinxed it because it was literally just last meeting that Mrs. Sugar says we were almost a $500,000 to the good, and here we are. But
But-
it happened. I mean, I think honestly, it happens, you know, and I think is the thing that I want to also make sure is that, you know, we don't lose any projects. I know that was something I've heard from folks about the bond that was previously in Cherry Hill, is that there were projects that didn't get finished, didn't get done because, you know, there wasn't good oversight. So I think we're in a very different situation this time. I also recall, Dr. Malash, when we did the bond question and answer community meetings and stakeholder meetings, you know, I recall hearing Dr. Malash say that Rosa was touted as the I can't remember how it exactly was said, but the kind of the lowest cost building to build at that year or something, school building. I mean, it was, you know, and it's great, you know, but you can't get things, you know, cheap, fast, and good, right? Isn't that the saying? You can't get all three. And if Rosa was cheap, then back then, you know, it sounds like we have some work that we're making sure we're getting it done good,
Well,
so to speak.
And we're going to do it
So-
right. We're not
and
going
do
to
it
leave
right.
a problem
Yeah.
like in 1992. We're not kicking the can down the road.
Yeah.
We're never going to shy away. We're always going to tell you the truth, because that's why I'm standing here in the first place. And we will continue to manage the money like it's our own. And I think Mrs. Sugar knows that. We fight hard with the contractors. My brother is full-time on Cherry Hill. That's what he does. He bounces from site to site. We expect excellence. We push the envelope. We get upset when things aren't the way that we want them. We're tough, but we're fair. And I think that's the modus going forward. Yes.
Just when I thought that I knew what was happening, you did say one thing about offsetting the cost of the 2.5 million with money that we do not have to spend on the classrooms that we're building in Malberg and Kilmer. Are you saying that the money that we were awarded through the grant for that, we were under budget with that?
Yes.
So we can
$3 million.
offset- Okay, so I guess I didn't realize that those two funding streams could offset each other, the bond versus the money that we were awarded.
Only because the related projects at Malberg and Kilmer were in the bond with parking lots. And so now we can use the pre-K to pay for stuff that was in the bond
Okay,
and return it to the bond.
okay, thank you for clarifying.
So you're basically moving projects between funding sources. You're not moving money. Money stays where it is.
Okay,
The projects get moved.
I gotcha. Okay, thank you.
And I think that happened with the COVID funds, right? Or ESSER, I guess ESSER funds and other funds that we got, let's say for HVAC, that originally we thought we would, you know, do with bond money, but ended up, we were able to do it with other funds. So they didn't end up being in part of bond money. So it's like stuff, like it's not, we've done this in other instances, I guess is what I'm saying.
And just a highlight of that particular accomplishment, the critical HVAC, which is the project that you're talking about, involved HVAC work in 12 school buildings, almost touched every single building. The largest project was East Boiler Plant that got completed. That was a $10 million overall project. $6 million came from ESSER or bond. I'm looking at Mrs. Sugars. I forget which, but there was a piece of each.
It was a combination of funds. So we had
Yeah.
ESSER funds that we used. We also had some state funding that we used. We had some capital reserve money that we used and bond money that we used for that project.
Completed.
Definitely not an uncomplicated scenario, this bond stuff, but thank you for clarifying. Other board members have anything, any questions or comments? Mrs. Tom?
Mr. Garrison or Bob Garrison?
Bob, you gotta call me Bob.
Mrs. Garrison, you did a great job helping us with the bond. The numbers are pretty clear to me, and I think most of the board understood well. I think I personally understand better than it was originally presented. So I was very happy, and we'll continue the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tong, and thank you for your hard work on the bond. all of you had the courage to do something, and you've heard me say it before. No one has ever done a bond referendum this large, and no one is probably ever going to do one that large going forward. So you should be very proud of what you're doing, and we take it very serious. It's a taxpayer and your money. So
Mrs. Dunn.
Mr. Garrison, I think because all the way you explain it in very detail, so it make us easily to make it work. And you are very forefront and you tell us. So I was very happy.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
Wish I could do that good of a job with my kids, but that's all right.
Anybody else on the board have any questions, comments, information, clarifications? Okay, well, thank you, Mrs. Sugars. Thank you, Mr. Garrison. Really
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank
Happy
you.
holidays to everybody. Okay.
Thank you. And I was remiss because when we had our board member recognitions for the 3 board members who are leaving, I got a chance to say something, but I didn't offer that opportunity to anybody else on the board. So I'm going to jump back, really move around on our meetings agenda tonight. So in case I left anybody out who wanted to say something tonight, we can do this now. We can do this during, I guess, at the end of the meeting during old new business. So just didn't want to cut off any opportunity for anybody. Old business, Mr. Mayor says. Old business it is, so I can certainly do it. Because we'll be older, it'll be the end of the meeting. We're at very appropriate times. Okay. So if there is none, we will continue on with our presentations. We have 2 presentations tonight, or I believe. So I'm going to turn that over to Dr. Morton to talk about them.
Excellent, thank you. So the first presentation will be on enhancing student leadership opportunities at the high school level. I'm actually going to turn it over to Dr. Birdie, who will introduce the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Morton. I'm going to ask our principals to make their way to the microphone. I'm going to share my screen. And I appreciate that Bob Garrison is a difficult audience, difficult speaker to follow. I'm sure my high school colleagues are up for the task, up to the challenge. Just want to make sure I can share my screen. Okay, so it gives me great pleasure to introduce 3 of our friends who need no introduction for sure. They'll be here this evening to discuss the ways that we're enhancing student leadership opportunities at the high school level. We have from High School West, Dr. Burns, from High School East, Mr. Finkel, and from our Coles program, Ms. Giordano. Before we get started, I think it probably bears mentioning that we're here to discuss these leadership opportunities this evening because it's part of our major activities portion of our Board of Ed goals. Specifically, the high school administration has been tasked with ensuring that all students have access to a range of extracurricular, co-curricular, and/or leadership opportunities. And what we'll discuss tonight really is our first indicator of success, and that is the principals will be discussing their thorough analysis of existing leadership opportunities, and then also discussing their action plan to enhance opportunities as we move into the spring of the 24-25 school year. We don't just view, and I know this from working with them during the presentation, we don't just view our children as learners, but we view them as leaders or leaders in the making. And we know that in our high schools, we have created a tremendous amount of opportunity for students to take on leadership roles. We foster that sense of connectivity among peers. We cultivate that positive, supportive atmosphere, which in turn empowers our students to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. And beyond the feel-good sort of intuitive piece of all that, we also know that there's a tremendous amount of research that correlates between student leadership opportunities, connectivity, belongingness, and ultimately success. Whether you're thinking about wellness in terms of engagement or motivation, confidence or efficacy, belonging or culture, or ultimately purpose and passion through higher academic achievement and college and career readiness, all of the indicators are clear that leadership is the pathway forward for our children. So without further ado, I'd like to ask the principals to come to the microphone and discuss both their analysis and their plan to enhance moving forward.
So it's 2:30. If you don't have somewhere to go, somewhere to be, a club, a sport or activity, you're missing out. The second half of the day begins at 2:30. These are things we tell the students. You get out of high school what you put into it. But we counter that with clubs also meet during the school day, because maybe you have to go home, you have to get siblings off the bus, maybe you have to work. And spoken at any orientation session or open house or shadow days that we do for incoming potential new students, get involved. These are things that are so important to drive that message home to anyone coming to the schools or are already there, but just haven't found their place yet. Anyone can start a club. All you need are a few students, an adult willing to supervise, and they will find a place to meet. Sometimes students will come to me, maybe they need a few dollars to do something. We find that, but the idea is we don't want to limit student opportunities, so we try to provide that in any way possible. Now, when we looked at how many clubs that we had at both schools, we tried to categorize them, and we came up with these broad categories. So we looked at student government, various honor societies, publications, drama and activities, musical organizations, national organizations, various culture clubs, and special interest clubs and events. And what we also did is we found that West has 8 new clubs that were added this year alone, with 1 in the works, and East has 4 new clubs with 9 in the works. So they're at various stages of approval, and we're looking forward to adding those to the list of clubs that we already have. So when we looked at how many students are actually participating, we found we have about 2,900 students at East and about 4,900 students at 2,900 at West, 4,900 at East. And obviously that's more students involved than we actually have students in the building, which means that students are engaged in multiple clubs and activities, which is so important and so great to see. Some notable things, they're the various student government groups and the activities that they do. Peer tutoring, so not only are you able to help take care of your own academics, but you help other students with theirs. Various community service groups that are active within our own community and outside of it. The music program at both schools with our marching bands and the various band, choral, and orchestral groups. Each school has a No Place for Hate and culture clubs. Sometimes those clubs work together between East and West. We're seeing a lot more of that interaction, so that way they're working together on some things, which is good. The theater program, which with the variety of musicals and other theatrical productions that are put on. At West, we have a internship program where we're getting our students out into the community, shadowing, seeing what life will be like possibly after West, and some opportunities that they could do, to enhance their own resume, but also get that experience and see whether the intended experience is something they want to move forward with as a possible career choice. Next up is publications. So we have, East Side with their award-winning newspaper. Both schools have literary magazines, yearbooks, and then we have gaming and other special interest clubs. So there's a tabletop gaming club at West. We have esports, which categorizes as a sport, but it kind of was starting out as a club as it was getting going. Just basically trying to identify the activities that would attract students and get them interested. So in terms of leadership, the clubs have their own organizational structure and leadership opportunities. These can be created within each one that suits the needs of the group. Sometimes you might have in terms of class government, you have councils, you have president, vice president. So you have a lot of potential structures that exist there. And class government really determines the direction of class initiatives. So they are leaders within their class, but that also feeds into some of the other groups that ultimately drive decisions at the school. Both Mr. Finkel and myself have a principals advisory group. So what that does, we have groups of students that meet with us. Mine meets monthly, and we look at things that are happening in the school, whether the board has put in a new policy, whether something we have done at the school level, and I want their feedback. I want to know, how is it going? What's going on with it? What tweaks do you have in mind? We talked about something at our meeting last week, so that when our LMC meeting with the district happens tomorrow, students had some input. They had some suggestions for one of the things that we're bringing forward. So we'll share that conversation with the broader LMC group. So I value their input because they are the eyes and ears of the school. And obviously Mr. Finkel has that same experience with his group, especially with him coming in. The students have more time in the building than he does, but that set of experience sitting around the table helps both of us. And then we have our student Board of Education representatives. We call this one of the most valuable positions in our school because they sit at this table. They help you understand from the student perspective what's happening on a daily basis. They prepare the reports, they share that information. And when needed, they provide that student input when you ask for it on various initiatives, and provide that perspective. So that's you have to be selected for it, but anybody is eligible to apply for it, and that's how we like to try to get students. One of the ways to get students involved.
Appreciate it. We also have sports, obviously, which are really important too. I know Dr. Burns, myself, and really the community at large. I think one of the most exciting parts about me coming in this year in East is really the success of all of our athletic teams and seeing the community out and how it really brought a lot of people together, which was wonderful. We have 28 varsity teams at East. There's 30 at West, but that's because they have 2 unified teams. So, for our multiply disabled students, which East kids do participate in as well. So it's housed here at West, but our kids at East, do participate. And we have 15 JV and 12 freshman teams each at each of the schools, which gives a tremendous number of kids the ability to participate. We've got over 400 kids in the fall season, a little fewer, a little more at East and West, but we have, obviously a larger pool, football team, et cetera. Winter season's about the same, and spring season again a little bit more due to track, but we've got a lot of kids that are involved, and each of those teams has captains. Each of those teams, the captains are chosen by either the coach or the team. The next one. And we really value participation. I want kids to get involved. I want them to be a part of the school, a part of the fabric. All of the research shows that, any kid who has a connection to the school will be more successful in school. So it's really important that we continue to push that. And every time we have the opportunity, we do so. The captains, what's their job? Well, they're the liaison between the students and the coach. So if there are issues going on with the team, they speak to the coach, and likewise, if the coach needs something that is, that needs to be disseminated, they speak with them. Also the officials, we've all been to those sports and we all know, officials get an earful sometimes, but they'll only listen to the captains and the coach. They handle situations, and really they're positive role models for all of the students, certainly for the younger kids in terms of how to comport themselves and what the expectations are for the culture of the program. We also have something called the Positive Coaching Alliance. Positive Coaching Alliance, each team every season chooses one sophomore and one junior in their program. And they work with Mr. Barrow, and East and West kids are together. And they really talk about leadership and what it means to be a leader. Even though they might not be the captains of the team, they're the younger kids who can, bring that experience and that learning to their teams so that we continue to grow leaders within the program. So we're trying to get it as the younger kids as they move through the program to continue to be that power and to be very, very positive. At West, we have athletes against bullying, which is exactly what it says it is. It's we know the status of many of our athletes, and our high flying athletes. Kids look up to them. Our middle schoolers look up to them. I know that the elementary kids look up to them, and this is a way for them to sort of give back. And they really talk about their programs, their in-person programs. There's a video that was made. And my East kids, I think we're going to try and get on board so that we're all, a united front. Dr. Burns and I have worked extremely well together since I walked in the door. I think it's really important that regardless of what school you go to, you have the same experience here, within the Cherry Hill schools. The last thing is the Athletic Leadership Council, and that actually is at East and West. And that is a group of kids that Mr. Barrow chooses. It's athletes from all different teams that get together to really help improve the environment of our athletic programs. And they meet on a regular basis and talk about issues, what their experience is, and how we can improve the life of every single athlete within the Cherry Hill schools. So it really is a great program. And again, it's giving kids voice, it's giving students leadership so that they can, we can ultimately change our programs to make the experience better for our kids, which ultimately is what our goal is. Okay. How do we monitor the students for involvement? It's real simple. Number one, just show up. You can see all the kids there. But we do talk to the kids all the time. Guidance talks to them. Any IEP or 504 meeting, what activities are you involved in? How can we get you involved? Any type of discipline situation, we're always saying, what are you involved in? Let's give you a positive outlet. Let's give you, a way to have, like I said, that positive connection with the school. Any positive connection is going to help that student. Grade level principals, myself, when I meet with the kids, I always talk about getting involved. Our ninth grade, our orientations, et cetera, and really informal conversations. How does East going to have 13 new clubs? Because they talk to adults and they say, hey, we want to do this. Hey, that's a great idea. Get some friends together and I'll sponsor it. And it's really a great way for kids to continue to stay involved. So, I had 4905 and I asked for a list of all the kids. I know that there are more coming in that weren't here by the time we had to get the slide together. But it's great to see so many kids involved in so many activities. And, as Dr. Burns said, we want every kid to be involved. So if there's something there, if there isn't a club there that you have an interest in and you can, find a connection to our school, we're going to support you, financially and certainly with trying to help you find an advisor so that you can be a part of the fabric of the school. And at this point, I think I'm going to turn it over to Mr. O'Donnell.
You see, I remembered this time, right? Big improvement from last time. Thank you both. I'd just like to amplify their efforts for the clubs and activities and the hard work of their staff. The move to East, with that has come a huge shift in the amount of kids participating. When we first polled the students last spring to see who was interested in taking a class or participating in an activity club sport-wise, at the comprehensive campus, we had about 33%, and we hit that mark for the first marking period, and we actually just transferred out and have 3 additional students going out to take classes, join sports, and such. So we continue to increase, taking part in what they've already built on their campuses. Access has been very, very easy. I would have to especially thank Linda King in the transportation department, who went out of their way to roster all of our students on all 3 bus routes, their route, the 230 route, the 415 route. So all of our kids are able to stay after school for advisory and homework help on our campus after our day ends, or are able to participate in clubs and all have a card with all their buses on it. She even went so far as to give us maps and help the kids find them, because it can be it can be overwhelming. As far as our success there, I would say, this data is hard to see, but it is from a survey that we gave at the end of Q1, just showing, the kids are acclimating, they're doing well. And when we did ask them, do you have a relationship with an adult? I would also love to say that part of so many students joining clubs was familiar faces at East coming down and coming into the wing, saying hello, talking about opportunities. Also, a part of that success would go to Miss Debbie Barr and the activities department for including us in absolutely everything and making sure we were invited and had time to go out and try. Kids continue to ask to be placed out for homerooms and join clubs during that time as well. So it's been a huge shift and a really, really great one. I can't say enough nice things about, the student experience and the impact as far as being able to become sports managers. We have kids that are doing internships in the athletic office. Another huge part of Neil, will you shift to the next one for me? Slide. Thank you. There we go. There we go. So some of the ways that the students are able to join clubs is by accessing open lunch. We have new internship opportunities that are personal to us. More than 50% of our students now are linked up with DVR and the pre-ETS program, which is new for us too. So they have job coaching on campus. They also have job shadowing and college readiness help. So they have adults through DVR helping them bridge the gap in addition to our guidance department, which has been huge. Really, really amazing. And the parents have been great at, helping us get it up and running. Some of the trends we've seen is an increase. Like I said, Q1 was 33%. I would imagine that Q2 will be around 40%. And then academic performance, we had 66% of our students in Q1 make the AB honor roll. And we had every student that took a class on East Campus that is included as well. So the kids that are going out and are doing blended schedules are doing really, really well. Increased attendance at school functions. 62% of our students attended the HOCO dance at Cherry Hill East. That's also huge for us. Huge. And then we also have had a decrease in discipline referrals with, I think, some of the freedom and the connection that came there. We saw a lot of things that may have been problematic before just aren't anymore. Our goals for the future are to increase participation in theater, music, and other clubs. We'll continue to partner through all the communication systems, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. We try to put out as much as we can. And increase interest in attending after-school functions. We continue to advertise for those and increase participation between families, providers, and school that impact post-secondary opportunities. Thank you.
Okay, so we have two more left. First of all, why this presentation? Well, because it's a board goal. Our goal is to increase our participation in extracurricular, co-curricular, and leadership activities by 5%. And that is what our goal is, and we are working towards that. We have a little over 80% of our kids at East that I know of that are involved in at least one activity. I'd like to get that up to 90% at some point, and hopefully up to 100% where every single kid has a connection. But we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to offer as many opportunities as possible and work with the kids to find out what they want as their opportunities. What are our barriers? Well, financial constraints obviously is a barrier. It's always a barrier, right? It's education. It's always a barrier. Transportation in terms of getting kids back and forth, scheduling conflicts, and obviously appropriate supports. But we're doing everything we can to look at those barriers and work like Bob Garrison said, some unique suggestions on how to fix things and, alternate ways so that we can, offer as many things as we can to as many kids as we can.
All right, so Mr. Finkel was a little bit concerned because the paw print on the right-hand side in the upper corner is covered over with the video part, but there is a paw print there. We did try to balance it out. But for our last slide, in terms of strategic planning, we're doing our own surveying. We're gathering data internally, but so is the district. As part of the strategic plan initiative, the board and the schools and the district are conducting the surveys. We're generating the portrait of a graduate. There'll be some focus groups. Again, it's about enhancing opportunities. So what are you hearing from the focus groups that will help all of us as we try to enhance opportunities for students? Dr. Morton has his own Superintendent's Advisory Council, which includes members from the schools to help reimagine the high schools with looking at also community-wide service learning, like how can we get our enhancing opportunities not only within the schools, within programs, but getting them out into the community. And then helping through their young eyes and minds about developing an artificial intelligence policy with the district. Because, artificial intelligence, it's coming, it's here, and how do we embrace it? And the students will be helping with that. Pathways program. So we had the Chamber of Commerce business card exchange at breakfast, getting more engaged with our community partners to help develop opportunities for students, whether that comes through maybe a financial grant or other kinds of opportunities or increased internship experiences. It's the goal of, again, more opportunities. And then finally, post-secondary partnerships. So whatever life looks like beyond East and West, the expansion of dual credit or an enrollment in college classes. We both have programs at the schools where students could possibly take a half day their senior year and take college classes. We do have students engaged in that activity. So, again, it's about enhancing opportunities. So if they can finish college earlier because we've helped them to be able to do that, that's all about increasing opportunities in their lives beyond high schools, East and West. So that concludes our presentation. Questions?
Well, before we do questions, I do want to say thank you to Lauren and Dan and John. So we appreciate you guys coming out, beyond the obvious, and there are so many opportunities for leadership. It's clear that there are also inherent opportunities for leadership. When I hear about 13 new clubs, that's presumably at least 13 students advocating, meeting with administration, having that confidence and competence to come forward with suggestions, ideas, and that comes from the climates and the culture at your schools. I think about the countless opportunities where high school students visit middle school students. When you hear about it sounds like over 6,000 participants in total. I know that you guys work really hard to make sure the middle school students are aware of those opportunities long before they get to the high schools, because they see your students leading and modeling and serving as exemplars for our middle schoolers. So beyond the obvious, I want to thank you for all of the things you do in terms of offering leadership to our students. With that, Dr. Morton, I'm going to turn it back over to you or to Mrs. Stern for questions.
First of all, thank you so much for all the information, very comprehensive presentation. It's nice to hear from all three of you. And, a lot of changes in the past couple of years, so it's good to hear what the fruits they've yielded. Board members, anybody have any questions or comments? Mr. Mayor?
So again, thanks to all three of you. This is great to see. We hear a lot about student success in the classroom, but this kind of thing is, I think, equally important in many ways. I'd like to follow up, Dr. Burns, with the last your last comments with respect to providing students opportunities to expand beyond the classroom, giving them opportunities outside. And also just learn a little bit more about the process in the guidance office. One of the slides mentioned that your guidance officers, the guidance counselors talk to students about various club opportunities, leadership opportunities. Is an element of that discussion the importance and value of these sorts of roles For instance, for those students who are looking to enhance their leadership opportunities, their resumes for college, the importance of, aside from finding something they enjoy, right, which is even more important, and finding a passion which could spark their opportunities organically, but also just the fact that having these leadership opportunities, it looks great on resumes, but if they're actually doing the work. So I'd just like to know a little bit more about, what are those discussions like with the guidance counselors? Are there opportunities to improve any of that or enhance those discussions and just make these opportunities that much more attractive to students?
So one thing we do talk about, at least I know I've mentioned it, I'm sure Mr. Finkel has as well. We want the younger students, before they even get to the high school, to see themselves at East or West participating in something. So when we send the marching band, he sends his marching band, I send mine to the schools. We send Latinos at West, we send various culture groups to the schools. And that's always something that I stress, that you want the younger kids to see, when I want to go to West, or I want to go to East, and I want to be a part of. So that's one thing that I think is very important to mention. In terms of guidance, we do what are called developmental guidance sessions. So the guidance counselors go into classes and they talk with the students, and they do mention exactly what you're saying, to encourage the students to be involved. What are you doing? And then when they have their individual meetings with students, they are also asking questions about what they're involved in, what they're doing, how are they taking advantage of the resources within the school, whether that's for academics. A lot of times they might get involved if there's a coaching situation, or maybe they're having something with a sports team or with a club or activity. They'll help guide them through that, and encourage them to stick with the sport or stick with the activity, or figure out how to navigate the situation. So, when we think about what more could be done with that, it's just making sure that they are having those conversations when they meet with students to enhance their experience. You wanna add anything to that? You go.
I mean, in my experience, I'll tell you that, there are a lot of smart kids out there, but what's going to set you apart from another student? And the answer is leadership experiences. And I think that really is, I always stress that. But what sets you apart from the other person? A lot of kids are really smart, but why does the institution want you? Because you're a leader, because you're going to be a leader on their campus, because you're involved in so many things, and not just on the periphery, but really, as a leader. I think that's extremely important.
Mrs. Winters?
Thanks. Just two questions. One for Ms. Giordano. Can you give us some specific examples of opportunities for leadership that your students have now that the program is seated at East that they didn't have before?
Sure. A lot of our community service initiatives, we have partnered with students and staff from East. We just did a huge haul for domestic violence victims. So our students were able to make the flyers, make everything, put it out through Mr. Finkel's communication board. They made drop boxes, put all the information out. And we also have something coming up, which is donations for dresses for prom in Camden that we'll be doing. But I think a lot of the ideas have stemmed from kids that are friends on both sides, that are both, and since we have had historically such a huge stake in community service projects as a program, we've been able to create more things and come up with bigger ideas and actually have a bigger impact. Even as funny as it is, East, myself, for that specific project, even my daughter's soccer team raised $1,800. So we were able to buy a tremendous amount of things from Kohl's and all kinds of stuff, which we'll be delivering on the 22nd Sunday morning. So I think things like that have been really good. We also had students participating in, it's fleeting right now, students who are future teachers. They take a half-day credit and then they take the bus over to one of the elementary schools and shadow a teacher daily. We have 2 students doing that currently. We've never been in the program officially like that. Before, we had a lot of students at Kingston who were going and shadowing in a classroom maybe 1 or 2 days a week. This is an actual internship project that is, coded in Genesis and put on their transcript. We didn't even know that was available. We were sort of doing it, but didn't just have the information, which has been a huge perk. There's a lot of, I would say, also the design and layout of what the physical space looks like through student voice. If you were to keep, I know you visited in the early parts of the year, but if you were to come now, you'd see more bulletin boards, more things that where they're representing themselves, what their goals are, how they're moving forward, and how they're accessing everything that takes them in the direction where their talent lies as well. Also, I would say we have a lot of our art. This was prior, but we've had a huge help from East too. It has been going out into galleries, coffee shops, things of that nature. Before it was smaller. We probably have about 17 students that have featured artwork around the community right now in different coffee shops, right? Where we only worked with one coffee shop in Collingswood prior. So that's been really nice too. And yeah, the students actually choosing what they want introduced for post-secondary options, the purchase of MacBooks and recording equipment for students that like to play music and want to record professionally. VR goggles. We were able to get VR platform and 2 sets, and the kids have been actually making lessons with the teachers, kind of learning side by side, which has been a huge leadership opportunity in my mind. If you are learning with a teacher and a teacher's willing and you actually know more and you're still kind, I feel like that's one of the best things I'm seeing right now that really brings a lot of joy to my day. So yeah, those are a couple of the things. I'm sure there'll be more when we check back in a few months. Thanks for asking.
That is amazing. I love hearing the update about all the opportunities for the students of the Coles program.
Oh, yeah, he's right. We have sort of done a lot with the ASD program. We have students that go around and teach art lessons. So
Oh,
we
that's
planned them
nice.
out and they go around every week and do art. We've also included them in a lot of our community service projects and trips. We also have our students in their gym period, one period, sort of mimicking what I had learned at West for the adaptive PE class. We're doing that as well. Forgot all about that. There's a lot of things. Thank you.
That all sounds really great. I'm so glad to see the synergy between the Coles program and East and sort of the fluidity where kids can move back and forth and really interact and enhance each other's experiences. One of the things that I heard before your program changed locations was that it was really going to benefit the East community to have the Coles program so close. And I think it's really true. I think it's enhanced opportunities for all the students at that campus, no matter which high school. So thank you. I just have one more question, if that's okay, for Dr. Burns at West. One huge leadership opportunity for kids is the AFJR OTC program at West. I just wanted to know how that fits into this rubric, and also with what Dr. Birdie spoke to, and opportunities for West to go to the middle schools and showcase leadership opportunities and highlight that, how that's working with going into the 3 middle schools and talking about that special and unique opportunity for leadership at West.
Right. Mr. Sergeant Costa has plans in the works to do that as we start to head into the scheduling process. But yes, obviously the Air Force ROTC program has the leadership components built in. Within their leadership structure, they have the top 5, and those cadets lead the younger ones in all things drill and activities. And Mr. Sergeant Costa has been doing a lot to get the students out into the community. They appear, they've been invited to a number of things very recently in terms of retirement ceremonies for enlisted service personnel who are leaving the service. So it's showing that our program is growing in that sense of getting back out in the community and getting invited to do these things. So yes, they are definitely a part of this whole program, and they are working to get their numbers up, because we know what the issues were at the end of last year. So they are engaging in those kinds of activities and developing their own leadership structure within their core.
Thank you. It was wonderful to see them last night at the concert that I attended, the Rosa kids over at West. And I know that the Rosa families coming to West were delighted to see them. So it's a really nice synergy, I think, and a leadership opportunity, a very visible one for our students.
Right.
So thank you for supporting it.
Mrs. Sherpain.
I have a question and kind of a comment. This is open to all three of you. Do you have any insight into the reasons behind some of the kids that might be disengaged from some of these activities, do not feel that it's the right fit for them, or that they have opportunities that would feel comfortable to participate in?
I'll start. When we have the conversations with students, that they get into a lot of personal issues at times, past experience, maybe with a program, a sport, and activity. There could be issues going on at home that precludes them. They have to go home. They have to go to work. So trying to find that balance and trying to find how can you get involved. And that's why we mentioned as part of the presentation about some of the clubs running during the school day. So with our lunch homeroom time built in the way it is, it does afford the students that opportunity to meet with and be part of a club. Maybe you can't necessarily do the after school thing or the weekend thing because of your other commitments, but you could be part of the design or part of the setup of such an activity. So, it's identifying those opportunities and trying to find the best fit. But you're sometimes dealing with a student who's disengaged with a lot of factors outside of the building that we're trying to work through and help them work through, either through the guidance work or other sort of accommodations that we can make to try to get them involved. And I've even, both of us have said, look, even if you just come to a game, that's participation. You're getting involved with his football team. When they did very well this year, there were a lot of students in the stands, and that's part of getting involved. And then as they see that team success, that sometimes can motivate them to find something that they can be a part of and be excited about.
Right. And I will tell you that when I asked the coordinator of student activities to get me a list of every kid in every club, I was told that was the first time they've done that. So by now figuring out exactly who is not involved, now I can actually go to those kids and say, well, why aren't you involved? What can we do? So I think finding out exactly who those kids are is the most important thing. And now that I'm going to know who they are, now we can go and have those conversations and find the answers out. I mean, everything that John said is 100% correct. There are students who are just disengaged, and it's our job to try and engage them. I'm working closely with Miss Joseph, our student advocate, and some of our teachers to find those kids who are struggling and to work to in a village model, really, to help them and support them and to give them the supports that they need so they will be successful.
Thank you. And I agree. I think that's really important to be able to identify the kids that are not engaged in these activities and why. So thank you for that. And then the other comment I had was it's kind of a question, more of a comment. Because of the positive results that you're seeing from integrating the two schools at East, I'm curious if, and this kind of goes beyond the three of you too, if there's any discussion on potentially writing up and publishing some of the work that you're doing with that. I know when we discussed it in this room, there was a lot of apprehension from a lot of people. A lot of people were uncomfortable with it and had a lot of questions. And I would imagine that there's probably not a lot of literature out there on the dynamics between pre and post, especially the results that you're seeing with student involvement, not to put additional pressures on you, but I'm curious if that's something that we talk about as a district, specifically with this type of situation.
We can entertain that. We can entertain. You're probably correct in that, there probably aren't a lot of alternative, programs that are housed within a school. Most alternative programs that you see are housed in separate buildings. So it might be nice, to look at the success, under Lauren's guidance and leadership, that it has brought to the program and how, it really enhanced both programs. So it's certainly something that we can work together on.
There was
I'm
one,
game.
Yeah, there was one student article published, but that was during Q1. One of the students from the newspaper interviewed myself.
Sorry, Mrs. Giordano, would you mind being at the microphone? That way, on people who are
I'm
watching at home
regressing
or
already. I'm regressing.
I'm really
in
sorry.
my-
People want to hear you and
No.
outside of this room. So
there is one article that was published in the East Side that includes an interview with one of our students, an interview with one of our staff, and myself. And the article was very positive. A lot of the student feedback we've gotten so far is very positive. Yeah, I think we keep going, right? Like it's day by day, but we've had a tremendous amount of students asked to come in to have lunch on our campus, come in, talk to us. So that's also been really, really nice. Yeah, I would love to do something with the student voice. We'll do it each quarter for our kids. We do, but it'd be nice to see how both sides felt together. And yeah, great idea. Thank you.
Yeah, I encourage you to give yourselves credit for the work that you're doing. And I think having data to support the initiatives that you're implementing would be really impactful for obviously not only ourselves, but you don't know who you'll reach with that. So.
Other board members have comments or questions? I just want to comment that I really would be excited to see daytime, more and more opportunities during the school day. Certainly, I think in terms of engagement, we talk about equitable access. Kids who have obligations after school, whether they're family responsibilities, work responsibilities, or it's a transportation issue. We do offer after-school transportation several days a week, but that's different from having a lot of flexibility because some of our activities don't fit into those parameters. And also, there are definitely a lot of kids out there who fall into the category of, being in a busy, active, stimulating school environment for that many hours is more than enough for their nervous systems. And after those hours, they're ready to go and be by themselves, quiet, separate from a lot of interactions. So I think to me, that's another category of kids, I think, who sometimes it's more than enough what they get during the school day. So, having those engagement opportunities within that parameters, which is hard. We talk a lot about things that are outside of the traditional kind of curricular day, which is obviously the primary responsibility, but this goes hand in hand. As Mr. Finkel, you were saying, the research is very clear. Kids who are engaged and feel a part of something are going to learn better and get more, do better in school. So it's why we have so much of that, which is, challenging at times to look at budgetarily, but it's important. So yeah, I definitely like the idea of having, as much as, and I know there is a lot during the school day, but I think where that can fit in, it's great. So thanks. All right, I think we're great. We're good with all our questions and comments, unless I missed anybody. Thank you so much. It was fantastic. Okay, Dr. Morton, last but not least, we have one more presentation. Totally different.
Totally different topic. Yes, thank you, Ms. Stern. I'm going to call up Mr. Saporito, our district's Director of Security, who will present on the school safety data system annual report.
Maybe not totally different, actually, in some ways.
It's a very tough group to follow. It's outstanding what's going on there. It's really good. Mark's going to be running my program here. First, I want to thank everyone here to give me the time to present this to you tonight. This is the annual presentation of the School Safety Data System Report for the 23-24 school year. This first half of the 24-25 school year has been completed, so those numbers haven't been tabulated and are not ready to be looked at yet. I'll be doing that over the break. Mark. Just as a brief reminder to everyone who has been here and anybody who hasn't been here or hasn't seen it or heard it before, the overview of the SSDS. Each school is required by the DOE to report any incident that falls into these categories to the SSDS system, which is basically filling out the form. Generally, campus police take care of filling out the form. In some instances with HIB, I take care of tabulating the information that's in the Hibster program that we use. And the SACs generally take care of filling out anything that has to do with drug usage. but that's where the data comes from, the SSDS forms. These are the categories that are set up by the DOE: violence, vandalism, weapons, substances, HIB, which of course is harassment, intimidation, and bullying, and alleged HIB. Now, before the SSDS system, there was the EVVRS system, and that, or EVVRS, I should say. And the different categories, subcategories under these categories here had numbers broken down. So you can actually see each and every category under the violence, under vandalism, under weapons, and so forth. When we first switched to this and we couldn't find them, I emailed the DOE and said, are we going to get those categories? And they said they're working on them. That was 6 years ago. So I don't think those subcategories are coming anytime soon. There was a question, can we compare the data for the first half of the school year? That would be labor intensive. We would have to go back to each individual form and check the incident and tabulate it, since there's no way to do those subcategories. These categories are fine. We have the numbers for them, but the breakdown underneath them is what's going to be the problem, trying to duplicate that information. So these are the numbers. Red, of course, is our COVID-influenced years. I like to see them keep moving off to the left, so sooner or later they're going to be gone and we won't have to see them anymore. The numbers all the way to the right are the most recent numbers. Downtick in the violence incidents, just the very small increase in vandalism. Weapons are 8, and you look at that, you say, oh, it's double the amount from the previous year. Each one of those instances, in fact, I don't want to go too far. I don't want to go too far back, but at least the last 2 years, the 4 and the 8 in this column of weapons, these are not weapons that have been used in schools. These are not weapons that have been brandished in schools. These are weapons that have happened to be in book bags or brought for various reasons, even on a bus, which gets counted, and into the classroom for various different reasons. There has none that would be used, because that would go into a different category. So that is students bringing the weapons into school. Sometimes they don't even know they have them. They happen to use the book bag over the summer for something, and something was in there that shouldn't have been, and didn't get cleaned out. And then, oh, look what I found, and somebody sees it. The substance use up a little bit, and then of course the HIB confirmed, just very, very small uptick on there. Mark. The HIB alleged category, I tried to clean this slide up from the previous ones. It wasn't exactly, oh, I'm sorry, Mark, can you go back to that last slide for a second? My stray asterisk, I'm sure, threw everybody off, because I can't stand when I'm reading something and there's an asterisk and it doesn't say what it's for. And I did exactly that here. I forgot to put it down the bottom. I apologize. When I went back to last year's data, I always double check everything. That column from 21-22 school year was 194. If you look at it in last year's presentation, there's a math error on my part. It's really 199. So that was that was just a math error that I corrected in this one. So I guess if you're bored and you want to look at this year's and last year's and compare them, you're going to see a 194 in that column, and it should be 199. Thanks, Mark. So the HIB alleged went up considerably after the 21-22 I was going to say season, school year into the 2022-23, and it's kind of, it went up a little bit, not that much in the 23-24 school year. And again, we'll take questions at the end with all this. Thing to remember about HIB and HIB alleged is it can be on school property or off school property. So if something happens during the break, and it fits into that category, it has to be investigated as an HIB. It will be. That's the only one of the. It's the only 2 categories in the SSDS program that can be counted that happen off of school property. Obviously, because those things can be manifest themselves in the buildings if they happen off of campus. Mark. State mandated actions, what we have been seeing over the past couple of years. Some of these are reviews, some of them are new. The threat assessment teams that are required by the state law were put into place before the 23-24 school year. the school year we're reporting on now, and then of course this school year. It's been going very well. We haven't had very many at all, but we have taken each case and we evaluate it with the people that have been trained by the state. It's mandated, has to be in place. We were timely in getting that in. Not everybody was. We were timely in getting all of our people trained, and it's a continuous training process. Just put out a bunch more at the beginning of this year for anybody that was new, anybody that transferred that didn't have it, or anybody transferred into a spot that now would be sitting on one of these teams. You cannot sit on a behavioral threat assessment if you have not been to the training. So if you hold a position that would normally be on that team, but you haven't been trained, you cannot sit in on that because the training obviously is necessary. Body worn cameras, mandated by the state attorney general for all law enforcement agencies to have them. We are a law enforcement agency. However, the AG has seen the issues that can come up with privacy in schools, of course, so they are not used within the school buildings during the academic day. It's not, we don't use them. They may be on their person, but they're not on any extracurricular activity. They are required. So sporting events, morning arrival and dismissal, as the next bullet point says, it is mandatory to have them available. They don't have to be on. They don't have to be on during extracurricular activities. They just have to be worn. But if something happens, they have to be activated. I think the last presentation put a few of these things in. It will give me the answer to why some of these things are happening, especially the violence numbers are down with our students getting taught and given the opportunity for leadership positions like that. I think that naturally makes everything. It corrects. There was an old saying, I don't remember where it came from, but a rising tide raises all boats or something like that. But if everybody, if we're getting that solid leadership taught to our students, I think the stuff that is not tolerated, I think starts to go away a little bit because they're interested and they're given that opportunity to take those leadership positions. So that's a fantastic job by all those principals and everybody, all the principals in all the buildings. Strong emphasis on character education. What makes our school safe? And I think that's the most important thing. I had the opportunity, thanks to Dr. Morton and the board, to travel to Florida a couple weeks ago for a conference. It's called the Active School Threat Conference. It's put on by the School Safety Advocacy Council. It is a fantastic conference. There were 37 states represented and 2 countries. I have no idea why, but Canada's kind of, okay, I can kind of see that. The other country was Australia, believe it or not. It's a pretty long flight from Australia to Kissimmee. So, but they were there. There were 6 of them from Australia there. And great presentations, 3 full solid days of presentations of why these tragedies happened in school. And unfortunately, here we are a day removed from another one. And sure, there are things that are necessary, of course, locked doors and all those things we don't have time for tonight. But the bottom line was the most important thing in any school, in any district, anywhere, are the people. Because if the people don't follow the security protocols, then nothing else really matters. Nothing else works. And that's what we can go through each case by case of these terrible incidents. And there is a breakdown somewhere with people. And that's what we try to avoid daily here. Mandatory annual review of the district's crisis management plan. That's also mandatory. We have to sign off on it at the end of the year and go through it. We update it, we tweak it, whatever we have to do with whatever was given to us during that particular school year. There are continued campus visits by Cherry Hill Police. They're on our campuses all the time, supporting campus police and just driving through or getting out and walking around. Mandatory training for campus police, de-escalation training, SRO certification, cultural proficiency in service training with CHPD twice a year, including a myriad of training topics there. School safety specialist, which I'm the district school safety specialist, continued training. We have to have a certain amount of hours each year. It's required by the DOE. And the law enforcement licensing process, as you see, is bolded. That's new this year. Each officer in any law enforcement agency in the state of New Jersey, including prosecutor's office, need to have a law enforcement license. It was a gut-wrenching process to get it done because we're kind of a unicorn, being a K through 12 school district police department. But I spent literally, and I'm not exaggerating, all summer making sure that we were in compliance. We got it all together. All of our folks are licensed, has law enforcement license. We have a couple that expire at the end of 2025, and then the rest expire at the end of 2026. And that's a continuing process to renew that license that involves mandatory training and other aspects, different background stuff to make sure that they're that law enforcement is kept in the high esteem it should be. We have a memorandum of agreement with Cherry Hill Police Department and the Camden County Prosecutor's Office. All school districts have that. It's mandated by the state. I just went to myself and Jen DeStefano sit on the Camden County School Safety Committee that all the schools that, not all the schools, not all the districts, but most of the districts in Camden County, we meet about once every 3 months at a different place. And we go over all the things that have been happening. And we generally have a speaker. We have Bob Sensi, who's a retired state trooper who is part of the DOE Office of School Emergency Planning and Preparedness. And we've had a prosecutor, Erin Dietz came and spoke with us the last time. She's the section chief of the juvenile unit of the prosecutor's office. And she just keeps us updated on what we should be looking for and what we should be doing on a daily basis. We have access to CHPD records, CHPD CAD RMS every day. All of our officers do. We have direct communication between the campus police and Cherry Hill Police all day long during extracurricular activities. Anytime that we have campus police officer on a particular campus, there is direct communication with Cherry Hill Police should it be needed. Megan's Law notification has been around for years. It's done by the police department, Cherry Hill Police. They bring it to the buildings, and there's protocol in place on how that gets distributed out to the folks in the building. And we continue to practice a monthly security drills and fire drills required by the DOE. 2 security drills a month are required. 1 fire drill a month is required. We do more than 2. Most buildings do more than two a month. There. Alyssa's Law compliance, which is a direct 911 access to the police department with, lack of a better term to call it, a panic button. Each building has one. It has to be a silent alarm. That's what's mandated in Alyssa's Law. And you can push that button and it's instant. It will trigger an instant response from the Cherry Hill Police Department. Swipe card entry system and lockdown system and the security cameras are all in place. Stop the Bleed program we put in place a couple of years ago. You see them hanging around the buildings. They are the kits that are used to attend to any wound. They're not for scrapes on the playground. They're not for that kind of stuff. They're for hopefully everyone that's hanging or where it's at in the nurse's office will stay there forever and have to be replaced whenever they begin to rot, because that's where I want them to stay. We have Narcan in every building. It was a grant that was given to us by through the prosecutor's office. I forget exactly who was the grantor on that originally, but we have it staffed, or we have it in place in every building. Incident command system, which is something that God forbid, should something happen, it has to go into place. It's mandatory. It's federal law. If there is an incident that requires multi-jurisdictional response, you have to employ the National Incident Command System. It puts everybody on the same page so that all the jobs are being done and there's no jobs being duplicated. Communications are good and everybody's on the same page. And we have a resiliency program in place for our campus police officers. Officer Baldessar that works Rosa now, he's fully trained, and has to continue his certification on resiliency training for the campus police officers should they need it. As everybody knows, we had an officer injured seriously at the beginning of this year, which it's hard to believe it's almost been a year. I'm happy to report that he is back and was in my office today, and he is doing fantastic. So while he was still in the hospital before he even started his rehab, all he wanted to know is, I can come back, right? I can come back. That's how much they're dedicated to the schools and to the staff and the students here. Mark. We have this every year. The slide's up there every year, but I bolded and underlined parents and students, teachers and staff. That was from my time I spent at the conference. Everything starts at home. There's things that can be spotted at home. There are things that can be taken care of at home. The students who see their friends every day know their friends, know what's not right with their friends, know when something's not right with their friends. A simple question, hey, what's wrong? Could lead to the stopping of something happening. And teachers and staff in the buildings know their kids better than anybody else. They spend 180 days with them every year. They know. One of the big things that has come out, and I think it's going to end up coming out, unfortunately, in this last one in Wisconsin, one of the key and first things that show after they go back and do these violence, the violence in the schools, is ratings. Almost every incident, there's a telegraph of something that the violence is going to happen in almost every instance. So it's very important. Those four groups of people are key to keeping everybody safe. Of course, all of us, our PTAs, our campus police, the security staff, CHFD, CHPD, they have a great working relationship with all of the emergency services in town. We have an Office of Emergency Management that's headed by Detective Moore in the police department, and meet with him often. And we make sure that everybody's on the same page, like that incident command system I was talking about. Everybody needs to be together, and that way you have more eyes looking at everything. It keeps everything on the same, everybody's on the same page for every day that we're in our buildings. All right, that's it, right? Questions, please.
Board members have questions or comments? Mr. Greenbaum.
Thank you. I had a number of questions. Mr. Separito, thank you very much for the thorough presentation. I always appreciate you putting that together and providing some context around it.
Pleasure.
I was glad to see the steady decline year over year in incidents of violence. Can you share any insights you might have on possible contributing factors to that?
I think our climates in our schools are really good. And I think the things I mentioned, parents, students, teachers, staff, the presence of campus police, the presence of Cherry Hill Police, the programs that are put on by the police department. I think they're working through Carusi right now. Dr. Birdie, is that yeah, that's Carusi now, right? They're working through? I believe so. And that's a great outreach to the students. And I think education, and I think the climate that our principals and staff and the administrators that supervise those principals, what they dictate each day, I think that's the reason, or at least one of the reasons for sure.
Thank you. Something I was wondering if you can do for the benefit of those who might not be clear for them. Can you explain the difference between alleged HIBs and total incidents?
And total incidents?
Total incidents on the third slide, and then on the fourth slide, there's alleged HIBs.
Mark, can we put that
close,
third slide back up, please? Yeah, the total incidents that we see, the 194, does not include HIB alleged. I am not by no means an HIB expert. I am the collector of the information from the buildings. Through that, as I said, the hipster program, I thank goodness that all the hard work that the student assistant counselors do in investigating the HIBs go into that system, and there are criteria that need to be met for it to be a founded incident. The HIB alleged, which is on the next slide, Mark, that's a separate category because that's something that's been investigated. And Dr. Morton, if I'm not saying it correctly, please let me know. There are incidents that have been corrected that have not met the criteria as a founded HIB. So that's not, now that there could be a crossover in categories where it could be, let's just say, a fight or under one of the subcategories of the violence, but it's not an HIB. And another thing, it's important that if you engage in a mutual fight and you lose, it does not become an assault. You lost the fight and it's still a fight. It's not an assault, barring any outside, barring anything bad happening or too much violence after that. But that's another thing that we have to keep in mind also.
Okay, my understanding is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, so
Yeah.
alleged HIBs would be the full gamut of all HIBs that have been investigated over the course of the year. Confirmed would be the portion of the alleged that.
They're
that
two
were confirmed.
separate. HIBs are, so if you total the founded HIBs and the alleged HIBs, that's how many were investigated. The founded are, of course, on that one slide, and then the unfounded or the alleged are on the other slide.
Okay, and then my understanding is the other category is violence, vandalism, weapons, substance use.
Yep.
Those aren't necessarily HIBs, but those are other incidents that are included in this and included in that total.
Correct. And I printed the page out of the guidance manual that we have, just for instance, under this, and these are the categories that would have been tabulated under the old system. Under violence, it's assault, fight, kidnapping, robbery, extortion, not too much of that going on in schools, sexual assault, sexual contact, threat, two different types of threat, criminal and simple. So that's the categories, the subcategories underneath violence. Vandalism is arson, computer trespass, I don't know why, damage to property, false public alarm, theft, and regular trespass. So they're the categories. They're the categories that are on those subcategories that are underneath the other ones. Weapons and substance use are kind of self-explanatory.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And then one more is more of a comment, but we saw an increase of 7 HIB confirmed or founded from last year. Any increase is undesirable, of course, but considering the tumultuous year we had, I was kind of expecting that to be higher. I'm a little bit relieved to see such a small increase. Obviously, any increase is not what we're looking for, but an increase of 7 is relatively small compared to what I would have expected. So
It is.
I don't want to say happy to see that, but relieved to see that.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, thank you.
Mrs. Gallagher.
Curious what substances you're finding the kids, like the substance category. Is it more drinking, drugs? Is there like is something like a bigger number, like a portion of those?
Majority of
numbers
it's
than others?
marijuana.
Marijuana.
Mhm.
Okay.
Either through possession of marijuana or through vapes.
Mrs. Trevine.
You made me think of something when you were talking about hopefully never having to use the Stop the Bleed kits. I agree. Hopefully we'll never have to use those. So I have a question about the Stop the Bleed kits, the Narcan. I'd like to extend it to AEDs in the building as well. Do you know if we have a process in place to ensure that those things are not expired and they're within code and all of that stuff?
It's a great
we
question. Yes.
Thankfully don't have to use them.
Yeah, the boxes that are hanging on the walls, they're my responsibility because I had them put up. I checked the expiration on them. They're 2025, I believe, is the expiration for them. And the nurses have it, and that is their responsibility to make sure that theirs are up to date. Campus police have little orange bags that have Narcan in it also, and that's their responsibility individually to make sure. I know that there is an expiration date on the Stop the Bleed kits, but it's like 20 years or something like that. Like, again, I don't think we'd have to worry about that, but yes, it is in place. Now the AEDs I can't speak of because I don't have any. I don't deal with the AEDs, but I'm sure things have to be. You have to make sure the battery's okay and the pads are in place and all that kind of stuff. So I believe the nurses take care of that.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Separator, thank you. This, oddly, this is always one of my favorite presentations of the year.
Really?
Stepping
Glad to
back
hear that.
a couple of decades. I was the one that asked the question earlier through Dr. Morton with regards to, hoping to see or asking if it would be possible to see a comparison between the the first half of this year and previous falls. I understand that that's just not prepared, not ready yet. Is that something that we would be able to see though sometime early in the next quarter?
Including those subcategories?
Doesn't
You-
have, yeah, I mean, if you can do that.
The,
that would
the
be
main
great.
categories, I can have that with no problem because that's already tabulated, except obviously not for this year. This year, it probably, by the time I get everything up and uploaded where it needs to be, it's probably going to be mid-January. But I can certainly get them out. And I would more than love to do the subcategories. It's just a little labor intensive to go
Sure.
through each
No, I
individual.
understand that. And it's unfortunate that DOE is no longer
It
doing
is,
that.
it is. It's very unfortunate.
But yeah, certainly, I think, that would be great if we could get a snapshot of
Absolutely.
that. So appreciate that. With regard to the category of, again, going back to alleged and allegations, it's your understanding that if an HIB is alleged, a student, a staff member, a parent, comes forward and alleges that an HIB took place, that is then categorized as an alleged HIB. Regardless, at that point, check is made, right? It's in the category of an alleged HIB.
Yeah, as long as yes, it doesn't meet the criteria for a founded HIB.
Regardless of whether or not after the investigation, it turns out that in fact, it was not an HIB. It's still there. That check mark is still there because it
Yes.
was an alleged HIB.
Correct.
So there's a difference then between an allegation and an incident. At least my understanding of incident is something happened. HIB happened.
Yeah, and the cat, or not cat, I guess it would be the criteria that have to be met for it to be that HIB incident would not be met in the alleged. Yes.
Yeah, it's just that category has always been a little, I think, misleading, at least to me, seeing allegation because you don't know what's there. And it's unfortunate. It's important that they are all, and we all agree, and we're thankful that the schools do those investigations and they do them the right way. It's just unfortunate that there is a category that says alleged HIB. It makes things look worse than they actually are. And that tends to be weaponized against this district.
It could be, sure. It definitely could be.
But on the whole, I mean, these numbers, we're thankful, as Mr. Greenbaum said, that, I think a few of us expected maybe the numbers would look worse because it's been a difficult year. And they're really not. I mean, they're ticked up a little bit, but compared to 21-22, they're significantly better. So that's great. And to your, you made the point of attributing much of that to the climate, the culture of the schools, which is much improved, to whether it's a combination of cultural proficiency and leadership of the schools. Hopefully we can continue to support that and support your work and your the work of your staff and your officers. Campus police, they do wonderful work, and I know they're appreciated and they are respected at the schools, and we hope that continues.
Thank you. I agree with you. And I particularly remember Ms. Winters talking about one of the officers at the dance at Rosa, making sure everybody, gets in their car. And I've said this a number of times, it's a completely different mission than Township Police, which I proudly served for 30 years. It's a completely different mission. And everybody that works for me, works with me, knows what that mission is. It is to protect and make sure that every school day goes off safely for staff, students, administrators, visitors, and anybody else that's on our property for any reason.
Other board members? Just want to revisit the topic of the substance use. I mean, it's certainly alarming, but I think, that was a question asked to Dr. Morton in our weekly questions. And, Dr. Morton was pretty forthright in responding, that there's cannabis is legal.
It is.
Any person who is 21 years old can purchase cannabis in New Jersey. And certainly we know, just like alcohol, many people who are not 21 also purchase alcohol and can purchase cannabis. And also cannabis is easy to be consumed using devices now that do not have the same kind of emitting properties that, let's say, directly utilized, original form cannabis might have. I think the prevalence is astounding to
Sure.
me, astounding among children. And I say children, and then which I differentiate from even teenagers, right? Astounding the amount of cannabis that is used. And I see some of our student reps shaking their head, nodding their heads. Yes.
It is. It absolutely is. And
Uh,
it's using your word astounding, public, how much you smell it now. It's a very distinct smell. It smells like nothing else. It never, of course, before you'd smell it every now and then. Something now it is prevalent. It is everywhere. And like you said, Mr. Stern, with older siblings having it, and it's going to be made more available to the younger the younger siblings. It's just that it's going to happen. It's like you said, it's like alcohol.
And adults.
Yeah,
A
sure.
lot of adults
Yeah.
in our society. That's, part of lives. So, I think there's just, I think it's something we're going to be continuing to need to figure out how to cope with in our school system. I know we talked about a couple of years ago, like updating our policies about it. But it's, I completely blown away by what I see going on.
Yeah.
And what I hear about, probably more hear than see myself, but, I hope that our numbers don't skyrocket, but it's hard to see a world in which, I'm hoping that doesn't happen in our schools during the school day. I guess I will say that
Me
as
too.
much in a high prevalence way, but it's,
As soon as I get those numbers together for the first half of 24, we'll make sure we get them to you.
thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
welcome.
Very informative. And Dr. Morton, just to ask, or Mrs. Sugars, I know we're about to go into our, winter break, but hopefully after the break, when with our new website, all these will be available. The presentations we've gotten tonight will be available on our website. So I think, come the new year, I can, right, is that a realistic timeline?
Thumbs up from me.
Okay,
Who's
very
already
good.
got it.
Mr. Plavinsky is the final word. Here I am calling out, Dr. Morton, Mrs. Sugars, and actually that's Mr. Plavinsky. So great. All right. Well, thank you so
Good.
much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome again. Thanks for the time. Happy holidays, everyone.
Thank you. Happy holidays. All right. Real quick, we'll go through our correspondence, and then I swear before 9 o'clock, we'll get to our student reps. Do any board members have any correspondence real quick? Mr. Greenbaum and then Mrs. Winters.
Thank you. I know it's getting a little late, so I'll keep it brief. I attended the strategic planning community discussion at Beck Middle School, along with about 40 other parents and community members. There's some great discussion about Portrait of a Graduate. We talked about what are your hopes, aspirations, and dreams for your child, discussion of core traits, and what does someone who exhibits them think, feel, and do. There's a thought exchange that followed that, which I hope people participated in so we can capture some of that information. A big thank you to Zone PTA for coordinating these community discussions. Something I wanted to share because a lot of people have asked, particularly on the west side of Cherry Hill, when it's going to be their turn. So I'd reach out to Dr. Morton to ask about this. There'll be additional meetings related to Portrait of Graduate work happening concurrently with the strategic planning process. The administration is working with Zone PTA to schedule these meetings in collaboration with various PTAs and civic associations. That being said, there will be a meeting on the west side for the community in January. Can I share the date? Sure. January 21st at 7:30 p.m. at High School West, which will include families from Kilmer, High School West, Barton, Carusi, Kingston, and Payne. I'm sure lots of reminders will go out about that, but I wanted to give a little bit of a heads up because I've heard a lot of questions about, when are they going to get to my school? What's next? When are these things happening? So January 21st, 7:30 p.m. High School West, and keep an eye out for some flyers, which I'm sure will go out in weekly emails and from schools and from PTAs. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Winters.
Thanks. I attended the ECAC meeting on December 12th. The topic was something that was not on my radar screen. It was chronic absenteeism at the preschool level. which is really interesting because when I think about chronic absenteeism, I tend to think of older students, although I've heard chatter about it at the elementary level as well, which I thought was kind of interesting. So here it was at the preschool level. Really robust presentation on absenteeism, what they're seeing, and what can be done to help our youngest students have that consistency of being in school. So that was pretty neat. And then they discussed, they're going to have a new Monday series called More You Know Topics. And that's topics for families such as picky eating and potty training that families might be interested in. So again, increasing that community connection and value to our preschool families on relevant topics for them. So it was a really neat meeting to attend. I also, as a parent, attended the Rosa Instrumental Music at High School West last night. And I just wanted to echo what Mr. Garrison said. I have never seen a packed auditorium the way the auditorium was packed at High School West last night. It was standing room only for the Rosa students, which was absolutely wild. And for me, it really signaled our music programs being back robustly after COVID. The first Rosa music concert I attended was for my son. He was the 6th grade year that it was the pandemic closure. And I remember a really sad concert with his trumpet with a mute, like a mask on the bell. And we all had to be socially distanced and masked in the auditorium, and everybody was a little bit terrified. There was basically nobody there. And then to see just a few years later, the 6th grade band last night was so huge, they barely fit on the stage. And there were families standing on the sides because there were no seats. That was how much our music program has come back at the middle level. So I just think it's a really good sign going forward for what we're going to see. We've all been talking for the past few years about how certain programs really declined during the pandemic, and this was a nice bounce back. The current 6th graders, I believe, would have been 1st graders when the pandemic happened. So it's nice to see that as the years have gone by, the programs really are rebuilding. So it was a really good sign.
Thank you. Yeah, so great. Any, Mr. Mayor?
A couple weeks ago, together with Dr. Morton and Steve Redfern, GIA president, I had an opportunity to speak. We were asked to speak at the National Education Association's National Council of Urban Educators Association's annual fall conference. We were asked to speak about our LMC, how we do it, how it is, why it has been so successful. As it's gotten a lot more notoriety lately. The presentation was very, very well received. We had attendees from districts as far as California, Georgia, Tennessee, South Carolina, really, throughout the country. Very engaging conversation, lots of great questions. And I thought it would be just yesterday, or it might have been the day before yesterday, I got an email. I'm going to read part of that just so that you know just what our work at the LMC, how it is catching on. One of the attendees of our session is she's NAA's acting director for strategy. So she's pretty high up with the NAA. She was there. Afterwards, she came up and she talked to me about how much she loved the presentation and hoping that maybe we could do something similar to that with the National School Boards Association annual conference. So she wanted to put us in touch with her counterparts at the National School Boards Association. Here's how she put that together, talking about and introducing us, how Cherry Hill is doing such great things in labor management collaboration, and hoping that we could help them on the national level learn more. They want to learn from us about what we are doing and how what we are doing specifically is helping to increase across the board communication throughout the district and also student outcomes. At a time, of course, when that's what's always important, but it's that much more important these days. So unfortunately, we were only at the conference for about a day and a half. The conference, so we didn't have the opportunity, at least I didn't, to attend as many sessions as I wanted to attend. The conference itself was a wonderful conference, focused in large part on strategies that districts are using across the country to try and prepare themselves to address, what has become a more and more challenging universe out there with regards to public education and attacks on public education. So Again, it would have been great if we could have stayed and seen some more of the sessions. I could have brought some of that back, but we were only there for about a day and a half, and it would be a mistake for me not to thank the New Jersey Educational Association, because they paid our way. They covered our costs, our transportation, they covered our hotel. It was great of them to do that. Wonderful conference, and that's it.
Thank you. It's certainly a impressive recognition, but it's not why you did it. You did it because it's working. It's making a huge difference in our relationships and our ability to attract and retain excellent people who take care of our kids during the day. So thank you. All right. No further board member correspondence. So we're going to go to our board reps, our student reps, and I'm also just going to start by saying it's almost 9 o'clock, and you all are students who might have homework, might have tests before the break. So as always, I welcome you to stay as long as you want or to leave if you would like, so you can take care of yourselves and be your primary job, which is students. So with that, we're going to start and end with our representatives from West, because our representatives from East, unfortunately, are both sick. So yeah, so unfortunately they can't be here. They kind of knew at the last minute. One of them, Erilyn, was sick at the last minute, and so unfortunately we don't have their report. So it's going to be all West. It's a West show tonight. So take it away, Rebecca and Jenna.
Thank you. Students, faculty, and staff are preparing to round out the 2024 year and start fresh in 2025 with several exciting events and activities. So for academics, students prepared for upcoming testing, completing the December 7th SAT and the ACT on the 14th. Interim grades have been released, marking an important reminder for students to stay up to date with their grades. Also, seniors continue to complete college and scholarship applications, having deadlines for regular decision, most in early January. It's crunch time, seniors, so reach out to your guidance counselors if you have any questions.
In athletics, our teams are thriving this season. Positive Coaches Alliance had a meeting with both East and West, promoting teamwork and sportsmanship. Winter track, boys and girls, saw outstanding performance with 4 school records broken at the new Penn facility, including the girls' SMR, the boys' 4x2, and 1 was broken and 1 was tied in the high jump, both by sophomores and freshmen. Our basketball regular season is in full swing. The boys team will face Cherokee today, and the girls team have an away game against Cherokee. And I actually have an update. Our West Lions won against Cherokee in overtime tonight, so go Lions. The swim team won their meet against Camden Catholic. West Wrestling competed in a meet last Saturday and will host a home match next week on Wednesday. The bowling team has had a busy season with several matches. The Olympic Conference relay meet will take place this Friday in Toms River, which I'll be competing in. Over the winter break, several tournaments are scheduled. The boys basketball coaches versus cancer tournament against Cherokee for boys basketball. The South Jersey Invitational basketball tournament will be held at home, and the boys basketball tournament against East will occur on the 26th, 27th, and 30th. Both the boys and girls will face East on the 30th.
For arts, the choir concert will take place this Thursday, and the band concert occurred last Thursday. So we got 2 awesome concerts in 2 weeks. The Triam Honor Music Society will be hosting a showcase this Friday during the lunch periods. The cast and crew of Clue are hard at work as rehearsals continue. We're looking forward to their performances coming very soon. Also, they hosted holiday parties from the language clubs and the art club. For extracurriculars, the Principal's Advisory Committee met last week. Club and activity photos are being taken during the lunch periods. Clubs including the African American Culture Club, Community Service Club, and National Honor Society participated in a breakfast with Santa. And finally, the SGO hosted their annual FOP party after weeks of dedication, preparation, making decorations and other plans and activities for their event.
For other notes, on December 18th, tomorrow, Spanish 5 AP students and heritage speakers will be visiting Mi Casita to donate gifts to the community, with National Honor Society students actively participating by providing a number of these toys. The Chamber Singers recently caroled at retirement homes, Adelphia's, Aldo Lamberti's, and a homeless shelter in Camden, spreading holiday cheer and their love of music while making incredible art. Next month, we will recognize Muslim Heritage Month. Stay tuned for more information regarding events. Students also notably prepare for the new year in their classes as well as homes. As per the entire districts, students return to school on January 2nd. Lastly, we invite families to our 8th grade open house on January 23rd. Come and see what our school has to offer. And we are so excited to see you guys in the new year. Thank you. And happy holidays.
Thank you both so much, and happy holidays to you. Great reports, lots of information. Good luck competing. And yeah, just appreciate you guys so much and hope you get a nice break. Very good. All right. We move on to our first public comment. This is our first public comment. There are 2 opportunities to make a public comment in our meeting tonight. The first comment session is for board action items only, which are items 13 through 16. If you are a student in the district, you may comment on any school-related item at any time, whether first or in the first public comment period. If you are a student and you are online, I would ask you to please put an S after your name so that I can easily identify that you are a student. Otherwise, I wouldn't know necessarily by looking at your name. If you would like to speak now, please identify the agenda item you are speaking on and clearly state your name and your municipality. We will alternate between speakers who are here in the room and those who are online. Each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes to speak, and the timer on the screen will indicate the amount of time you have remaining. Public comment is an opportunity for members of the community to comment on matters relevant to the operations of the Cherry Hill School District under the authority of the Board of Education. The board welcomes diverse opinions on relevant matters under established federal law governing reasonable restrictions on speech in public forums. Statements which demean individual community members or groups, or which are irrelevant to the operations of the school district or are repetitive, will not be tolerated or permitted. Community members who are present and like to present information not relevant to the school district are always welcome to communicate directly to the district superintendent, board president, and all board members via email or other alternative means. And with that, we will start in the room. So if anyone would like to speak on an action item, please approach the podium. Please state your full name, your municipality, and the item you're speaking on.
Can we hold for 1 second? I'm sorry. Mr. Plavinsky, could you put the timer up, please?
Thank you, Mrs. Sugars. I'm looking at my screen and there we go. Is the timer up? Just looking for the time. Okay. All right.
Rick Short, Cherry Hill. So speaking about 14.5. The construction going on at Rosa. I did miss part of the meeting, something about the mention, I think, of doors, replacement of doors. I'm not sure if I caught that right, but that's a good thing. Hopefully that also carries on district-wide. The other thing I want to mention is, because I can't really see the entire bid, is if there's any paving being involved. Because let me remind you that the architect that planned the project at Rosa took away 32 parking spots, if you can compare the old to the new. So if there's anything being repaved, just note there'll be 32 less parking spaces. Also, in means of making the area less traffic, if we're going to do any parking lot work, what about breakdown lanes? One wider breakdown lane would help traffic flow and make it safer and have traffic flow easier through that section, because we all know it gridlocks. Let me remind the district that Pennsauken, and I believe this was under our current architect, has breakdown lanes at all their elementary schools. And breakdown lanes in front of schools helps traffic flow better. Thank you.
Okay, now we go to the line and the phone number ends in 788. Please state your full name, your municipality, and the action item you're speaking on.
My name is Jeff Podowitz, and I live in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, and 13.4, 13.5, and 13.6. 13.4, resolution authorizing the acceptance of New Jersey Community College Consortium for Workplace and Economic Development. It's for December 2024 to June 30th, 2025. Total grant is $9,000, $3,000 for each high school. That's $2,000 and $1,000 for each middle school. No matching funds, whatever that means. At all, we are told that there'll be no matching funds. What is that going to fund? Honestly, I mean, that's not much money at all, especially for Cherry Hill. And that's what concerns me. What's going to happen the following year? There won't be a grant. The state started this by giving us $9,000, but moving forward, are we going to continue this? And what will it cost us when you continue it? Is it just a one-time thing? I mean, that's not much money at all, especially in Cherry Hill. Matching funds, yeah, but what does that mean? I remember 7073 basically quoted our superintendent, and he was asked about the course from Digital Promise, and he kind of said that $5,000 would cover everything. That's basically what he said, and that's what the quote basically said. You had to listen to his language carefully, and then you realize later he walked that back, and it was going to be a lot more. So is this going to develop into something that we're going to be spending money on something the state wants? 13.5, acceptance of NJ Learning Acceleration, it's $37,000. Okay, fine. If we're getting something, that's kind of real money. They want you to focus on, it has to do with the focusing on kids that disproportionately were affected by the pandemic, and it talks about third and fourth graders. And if you do the numbers, you'll think that fifth graders were also really, really substantially affected. So I would add fifth, fourth, and third graders, and fifth graders may actually have been more affected by the pandemic than third graders. I think that's something that has to be looked at. Maybe the focus needs to be on those fifth graders. 13.6, approval of research request from Kennesaw State University. They're a public university. They're a university now, Georgia. Please vote no on that, because we've been researched enough. Digital Promise research. That course is researched. We're going to be involved in a research study. In some ways, with the LMC, we're being researched. You think it's successful? I really question how successful the LMC really, really is, to be honest with you. But okay, that's another thing.
Thank you, Dr. Podowitz. Your time is up. Thank you. Okay, we go back to the room. If there's anybody who'd like to speak, please approach the podium. Say your full name, your municipality, and the action item you're speaking on.
Ann Einhorn, Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Item 14.6, I would like to know how much we are paying these two organizations for their services. And my other question is, I do understand that the 13.4, that it's for grades 3 and 4, But are we going to service any of their students if there's any money left over after paying these two organizations? But what concerns me is it per grade level? Is it per student? What is the projected cost just for these two organizations out of that grant? Thank you.
Okay. And we go back to the line. And when the clock restarts, the name is Rosen. Please state your full name, your municipality, and the action item you're speaking on.
Mindy Rosen, unmute, Mindy Rosen. This is for Garrison about Rosa, about whether the stage will be
Can you
accessible.
please state the item that you're speaking on?
On the
agenda
Rosa, I don't have the agenda item. I'll call back. Everybody just spoke on Rosa. Is it not allowed?
We just always ask that you state the action item that you're speaking on, the agenda item, but
I'll call back afterwards if you won't let me speak. Thanks.
it's Ms. Rosen, are you there?
I am here.
Okay, so are you speaking on 14.5?
I'm talking on
resolution
whatever
resolution
Rosa
of the award of bids. Is that the one you're speaking on?
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
So I just want to know if the stage is accessible from behind and from in front. So if you're in the audience, can you walk up to the stage in an accessible way? And also if you're in a play and you're in a wheelchair, can you get on the stage from behind? That's my questions for agenda items. I'll call back for the other two after. Thank you.
Okay. We go back to the room. Don't see anybody at their microphone. Go back to the line. Don't see any hands raised online, so we'll close first public comment. And we'll move to superintendent's comments.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stern. First and foremost, I'd just like to express my gratitude and appreciation for the commitment and the service for our outgoing board members. I believe the greatest commodity that we have on this earth really is our time. Once we give up our time, we do not get it back. So you have selflessly given up your time for the community and for the children. For that, I say thank you greatly. We greatly appreciate your efforts. Kudos and also have gratitude for our high school principals who had an opportunity to present under the leadership of Dr. Birdie. Many of the wonderful things that I get to see on a daily basis that are taking place within our schools. As we tour buildings along with Dr. Birdie and with Mr. Guy and Dr. Mahan as well. There are pockets of excellence that are happening across the board in our schools. And, as human beings, we naturally focus on areas that need improvement, just out of cause of concern. But, there's just a tremendous amount of excellence that definitely is happening. And I believe that excellence is, spurring momentum and setting us for a platform for many great things to happen as we move forward. We'll see great positive growth. We've heard a few comments this evening about Portrait of a Graduate community discussions. So the Portrait of a Graduate process is running concurrently with our strategic planning process. Our strategic plan sets the overarching vision, mission, core values. It's a process where we define who we are as a district and who we ultimately want to become as a district. Within that process, there's establishment of key areas of focus, district goals, indicators of success, so that we know, when we reached benchmarks that we established. But also, portion of that has to do with what we call a portrait of a graduate. Portrait of a graduate is an important process that allows us to identify the skills, the qualities, the characteristics, the attributes that, as a community, we desire for our students to embody and to obtain as they progress throughout, their time with us in Cherry Hill Public Schools. And more importantly, these skills that they'll need in order to be successful in a post-secondary environment. Our goal and our approach is to, I'm sorry for this pop, but our goal and our approach is to engage community members in a discussion and allow community members to provide input. That's all of our community members, students, staff, those who have children in the schools, those who do not have children in the schools. We're looking for as many opportunities as possible to have conversations. Thus far, we've engaged with or collaborated with Zone PTA. And Zone PTA has been gracious and truly outstanding in collaborating with us to schedule meetings. We've had 3 meetings so far, which have represented 5 schools, and also last Friday we had seniors within our community come in, senior citizens, not seniors in high school. Sorry, Rebecca and Jenna. But conversations have been outstanding. They've been tremendous. It's been fantastic for me, along with Carol Roscoff, to engage with our community. And as we, hear the insights and hear the feedback, it's just a reminder of how just how engaged and how much our schools and our students mean to the members of our community. Just a couple key themes that have emerged thus far from the feedback that we've been able to gather. There's 5 key themes. One, academic preparedness. There's a desire to see our schools, focus on academic preparedness, critical thinking skills being infused into the curriculum and allowing students to develop those. Focus on character and values, like core values and character, attributes of kindness and compassion and empathy are very important for the 100+ people we've spoken with. Safety and well-being, emotional, mental safety, physical safety as well for our students, and inclusive opportunities as well. Our community has deemed as being very important. Just want to reaffirm the fact that, we're listening. We want to hear from the community, and as we continue to go throughout the process, what we put together and what we will present to the board in June will be reflective of our collective community's voices. As we move forward, I'm very optimistic about the year to come. This last year, we've seen a tremendous amount of wonderful things happen, and as we move forward into the future, into 2025, we will not be slowing down. We're going to continue with our pace. So strategic plan will come to fruition. Our portrait of a graduate will come to fruition. We have a host of construction projects that still will continue to move forward as we see our schools transform right before our eyes. Elementary redistricting is coming in 2025. A new website, Mr. Plavinsky, is coming, along with a data dashboard, as we listen to our community around enhancements for communication. So again, I just want to express gratitude and just say thank you to our board members. Thank you to our community who are engaged and so involved, and truly who want to benefit our schools and focus on areas and opportunities to sincerely and genuinely benefit conditions and experiences for our students. We appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Very excited to see what's to come. Okay, we get to move on to our action agenda. Mrs. Winters, can you please move the C&I agenda?
I would be happy to. Superintendent recommends, and I move the following. 13.1, approval of attendance at conference and workshops for the 24-25 school year. 13.2, approval of out-of-district student placement for the 24-25 school year. 13.3, resolution authorizing OOD placement at Gloucester County Vocational Technical School District. 13.4, resolution authorizing acceptance of New Jersey Community College Consortium for Workforce and Economic Development. 13.5, resolution authorizing submission and acceptance of the New Jersey Learning Acceleration Program High Impact Tutoring Grant. And 13.6, approval of IRB research request for Kennesaw State University. Do I have a second? Ms. Stern, do any board members have questions tonight on the C&I agenda items? Going once, going twice. Seeing no questions, Ms. Sugars, please open the voting.
Members, you may cast your votes.
Ms. Sugars, I don't have my laptop today, but I'm a yes on all the agenda items. 13.1 to 13.7.
Okay, we have a unanimous yes vote.
Okay, Mr. Greenbaum, can you please move the business and facilities agenda?
Thank you. Superintendent recommends, and I move the following. 14.1, approval of minutes, board working session, special action meeting minutes, and executive session minutes dated November 12th, 2024. 14.2, approval of minutes, regular meeting minutes, and executive session minutes dated November 26th, 2024. 14.3, financial reports. 14.4, resolutions. 14.5, resolution for the award of bids. 14.6, resolution for the award of RFPs. 14.7, resolution authorizing the use of contracts with approved Sourcewell National Cooperative for vendors to provide goods and services. 14.8, resolution for the award of transportation. 14.9, acceptance of donations. I always like to read these out. A donation from Alan Miller to be used for offsetting the cost of the senior trip for families in need at High School West. From Cherry Hill Education Foundation for the field trip to the African American Culture Club trip at High School West. Cherry Hill Educational Foundation to be used for purchase of a PCR machine at High School West. And Patient First to enhance the school logo at Man. Thank you very much for your support. And I think that does it. Do I have a second? Mr. Mayor, are there any questions? Seeing none, Mrs. Sugars, please open the voting.
Board members, you may cast your votes.
Mr. Sugars, I am a yes on everything except for 14.3. I will be abstaining from the SAC financial report for October 2024 due to conflict of interest.
And Mr. Sugars as well, on 14.3, I have to recuse myself from bill list for ESS for conflict of interest. Otherwise, yes on everything.
Mrs. Tong, could you use your microphone?
I'm sorry, hold on. Mr. Sugar, I have to abstain from 14.2. Everything else is yes. Thank you.
Okay, so we have an abstention from Mr. Mayor on 14.3. We have a abstention from Ms. Tong on 14.2, and we have a recusal on 14.3 from Mrs. Niaz. Other than that, we have a unanimous yes vote.
Okay, and we move on to the Human Resources agenda. The superintendent recommends, and I move the following. 15.1, termination of employment certificated. 15.2, termination of employment non-certificated. 15.3, termination, I'm sorry. It's not even that late. Appointments certificated. 15.4, appointments non-certificated. 15.5, leaves of absence certificated. 15.6, leaves of absence non-certificated. 15.7, assignment salary change non-certificated. 15.8, affiliation agreement. 15.9, other compensation certificated. Do I have a second? Mr. Greenbaum, are there any questions? Seeing none, Mrs. Sugars, can you please call a vote?
Board members, you may cast your votes.
Mrs. Sugars, I'm a yes on everything from 15.1 to 15.10.
Okay, we have a unanimous yes vote.
Mr. Mayor, can you please move the policy and legislation agenda?
Of course, the superintendent recommends I move the following. Item 16.1, approval of harassment, intimidation, and bullying investigation decisions. Item 16.2, first reading of policies. Specifically, that's policy 5111, eligibility of resident, non-resident students. That was the policy that we discussed during committee of the whole during our last meeting. And item 16.3, second reading of policies. These are policies which we discussed at length during first reading, and they were not put on for second reading, so we're doing that now. Specifically, though, those are policies 0141, board member number and term, policy 3160 and 4160, physical examination, both teachers and support staff. Policy 5337, service animals, 5350, student suicide prevention. Policy 8420, emergency and crisis situations, 8467, firearms and weapons. Policy 9181, volunteer athletic coaches and co-curricular activity advisors and assistants. Do I have a second? Mrs. Stern, are there any questions? Being none, Mrs. Sugars, would you kindly open the voting?
Board members, you may cast your votes.
Mrs. Sugars, I'm a yes on 16.1 to 16.4.
Okay, we have a unanimous yes vote.
Okay, and we will move on to new business. Is there any new business to discuss this evening? Ms. Gallagher?
All right, so let me read what I have. So I don't forget anything. All right, so Mrs. Winters and I started looking at our current committee structure in the fall to assess whether or not its current structure is best to support our current board and district. With comments and advice from fellow board members and New Jersey School Boards Association, we decided that our current structure should be changed. Starting in January 2025, our committees will be policy and legislation, business and facilities, curriculum and instruction, and governance. We'd like to add ad hoc committees to focus discussions on other topics as well. In addition to all committees will take place on Tuesday evenings to allow for consistency with board members' schedules and community members who would like to attend. Times of the meetings are not determined. The new structure will also be a 3 board member on each committee with the ability to have a 4th rotate in, which will allow for more board members to have access to committees that he or she do not sit on. Having main committees and ad hoc committees means more chances for leadership opportunities. We have 9 eager board members who want to contribute. Our new governance committee, which we're suggesting, will be a committee focused on the runnings of the board. This committee will focus on training, roles and responsibilities, and other internal matters that will lead to a more efficient and effective board. In order to staff our committees, Gina and I Mrs. Winters and I worked on a Google form that allows for returning board members and new board members so that we can collect preferences, availability, skills, and other information so that members have a little bit more input as to like what committees, whether they be main or ad hoc committees that they would choose to sit on. Mrs. Winters, is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, you did a fabulous job.
Okay.
I just want to commend you for all the work you did. And I just need to confess that Ms. Gallagher really did about 95% of the work on this. She was fantastic.
Yeah.
Ms. Stern asked for committees to be looked at, I think earlier in the year. It just kept getting pushed later in the year because with the unexpected budget stuff going on, and then that ran straight into goals. I feel like it just was a blur. So it really wasn't until the fall.
And lack of childcare in the summer.
And the summer was a blur.
Yeah.
It really wasn't until the fall that work began in earnest. Ms. Gallagher and I partnered together because we thought it was important to have somebody who had been a committee chair and somebody who hadn't, to have multiple board member perspective. But I think the outcomes were good. And I'm hopeful that this is a good first step at looking at the way the board is organized and having it be more nimble to reflect as Dr. Morton said, he does not expect our work pace to decrease in 2025 so that we can be more nimble and efficient, and also to, I think, match board members more effectively with issues and subjects that they're passionate about and that align with their personal goals as board members. And I think that will make our work more effective. So the idea is to get input from board members about what where they would like to be placed, and then also consider the needs of the board and sort of love match people that way. So that
Mhm.
there's a synergy, allowing board members to develop deeper expertise that they can then contribute back. So that's at least the idea in theory. I think Ms. Gallagher did a really good job surveying board members, and also a lot of work with NJSBA, who had some really good thoughts and resources about best practices for organizing our board and how it could look going forward.
Are there any questions, comments? Anybody else? Oh, yes, Mr. Greenbaum.
Thank you. I just have a couple comments.
Mhm.
I'm all for this. I really appreciate the work you put into this. It seems like a much more streamlined structure that allows the work to be focused where it's actually done. And putting it on a single night, I think that'll make it a lot more convenient and easier for board members, and hopefully for the community as well. As well as I really like the idea of having a rotating fourth board member. It's a fantastic idea. Just to create a less siloed organization and give everybody opportunities to collaborate, and opportunities for leadership through the various ad hoc committees. So I just wanted to share those thoughts, and thank you very much for your work.
You're welcome. Yeah, for sure. Mr. Mayor.
So I'll admit, when the idea first came up, I thought, I don't know why we need this. And then I realized, after I saw the proposed presentation, that I had fallen into something that I caution others not to do, which is, I just assumed that because it was always done this way, that it's being done right. And I saw the presentation and I realized it's time for change. And I really like it. I think it makes a lot of sense. Thank you for, checking me and keeping me. So, I'm not out there saying you need to do this and just don't do the same thing because you've always done it. I fell into that, and so it was a good experience for me to see that. But more specifically, I think it does make a lot of sense. I mean, I like these changes. I expect there's going to be a couple of questions that are going to come up on who's going to handle what when there might be some crossovers, but we've handled crossovers before pretty well. So I'm looking forward to it. I love the idea of having them all in one day. I think that does make it. I know it makes it easier for all of us, and I think it should make it easier for the community, those that come out and attend, and hopefully that'll increase attendance too. Just one night, it's easier for people to schedule. But I think it's probably now, it's long overdue. I didn't see it that way at first, but I appreciate that you put the work into it, and I'm looking forward to helping to make it actually work.
Cool.
Good job.
Mrs. Sherfain.
Also, thank you for all the work that you guys put into this. Echo, echo. I do have one kind of clarifying question when it comes to the ad hoc committees. I know we spoke about some of the ideas of what some of those committees would address, or what have you. So my question would be, have you discussed when those would meet? Would it still be on Tuesdays? Would that be different? Is it still in the same forum that we do our normal committees?
Sure. So no, technically the ad hoc committees would be done, and that's why we're asking for availability, so they could be done at different times. So those would not be done in public. So that is something that we will need to discuss as to how that information is presented, so that it is so that there's some transparency, right? So that community members, other board members, right, so that we all know, because every first meeting of the month we have our committee readout. Now, I mean, if we did like every that could get tedious, but I think it's one of those things where this is going to be trial and error, right? And so I can't answer that question, but it's important that we continue to present the information to the community and to the rest of the board, and so that it is like, on record, right? And that there's a way for the community to be involved in at least knowing what's being discussed, and maybe having avenues of, because at committee meetings there's public comment, and obviously there's public comment here, but I think that that's something that we're going to have to work through. So I can't answer your question, but obviously it's really important that we are transparent in that.
I was just going to say this is a perfect question for the new governance committee.
Right,
A
I
question
was
like
gonna
that
say
is exactly
governance.
what the governance committee is going to be for.
Okay.
Yeah.
The governance committee is going to be the place where these kinds of questions, how are we doing our work? What does that look like? What does our workflow look like? How does that get reported out? That would be something that governance would work on because that's sort of an internal mechanism of the board. And I think that's a blind spot that we've had to Mr. Mayor's point. It's we kind of do things the way that they were always done because that's the way they were always done before. So this is kind of an opportunity for us to take a look at ourselves and also some of the functions that we perform, like the board self-evaluation, all that stuff would fall under governance, and then governance would manage all of that because it really is separate from the subject area work that the other committees do. And I don't, both Ms. Gallagher and I think it hasn't gotten enough attention.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like one of those things where I almost feel like as a board, we need to level up. I feel like there's so much going on and there's 9 board members that need to be fully engaged and involved if we're going to keep pace. So governance is sort of the place that manages us and how we work together in that workflow and make sure that it's all being done in a timely manner. So there's accountability among board members and that it's equitable as well, so that all board members feel engaged and involved. That's the hope of the governance committee.
And also, like we kind of discussed too, it's like creating like kind of like job descriptions, right? That allow for consistency, but also autonomy, you know? So yeah, in theory, right? It all sounds great. No, but it'll be, you know, there's gonna be some learning curves here, you know, but we went, Jean or Mrs. Winters and I went to a session at the NJSBA conference about committee structures, and the group that spoke talked about like the governance committee and how it really did change the board and how it really kind of allowed for, you know, more kind of more buy-in, and you know, because there was somebody who was like making sure that training was happening, that there was consistency among, you know, committees and the workload and how things were structured, and it just really felt like it was a smart addition to our current list of committees.
So thank you both for all of that. You answered my follow-up question with that was how would information from those ad hoc committees be disseminated to all of the people. I was also going to mention that I think that this is really exciting and promising, and for all of those who are listening, bear with us in these changes because I'm sure, as you said, that was kind of a blind spot that you already identified. There's probably going to be plenty more that you have not
sure.
identified, and you won't know that until we're doing it. So I think that that's totally reasonable. Something else that I would love to add to further discussions. Well, before I go there, I would say that I love the fact that we're taking accountability for ourselves and doing the work within the board and making sure that we're doing things the way that should be and could be and are the best way to have them done, and taking that on ourselves. So I appreciate that. One thing that I would love to add to the conversation is maybe now that we're going to centralize all of our activity and our work on Tuesdays, maybe this could be the laying the foundation for making these meetings more accessible. And I don't know how realistic this is, but maybe major events within the district, maybe Tuesdays are board related things. Because I know for me personally, when I have, there's a lot of, for example, PTA conflicts that I can't participate in those because they just happen to be on Tuesdays. So maybe if we're going to try to be more involved in PTAs or working with the PTAs and this kind of stuff, or them working with us, maybe we can start discussions on what that would look like to make this more accessible. I don't think a lot of people realize half the work we do. And a lot of times it's like, is it on Monday? When's that committee? When's this? When's that going on? But if everyone knows Tuesdays are the sacred board work day, then maybe it could open the line of discussion for other potential other abilities to work.
That makes sense.
To limit conflicts and work with other organizations or groups or whatever.
Cool. Mrs. Stern, yeah.
First and foremost, thank you, Mrs. Gallagher and Mrs. Winters. This is, important work that needed to be done, months ago, and maybe years ago, maybe. So, thank you for taking this on and taking so, doing as much work as you did. I think it's great. I really do. I think that we need to be efficient as a board. We need to do things that make sense, make it make sense. To channel, this is Elmer Stratton. I think that, this is great proposal, and I think the new board will ultimately decide, if this, makes sense for the new board, and I think, I'm 100% in support of it. I have a question and some thoughts as well, some comments. One question is, would the governance perhaps put together like a new board, like a board, like job description manual, like orientation manual, something like that, which is I ask because it's one of those things that, well, I'll ask the question and then I'll kind of give the rationale behind it, but yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So that would be amazing. So,
yes.
So, and the context of that question is when some of you have heard me say this before. I mean, we have had, I want to say at least 7 or 8 board presidents in the past 9 years, right? 7 or 8 or 9 years. Like, I'm the longest serving board president in the past almost decade, which is unfathomable that there's been so little consistency and stability. And with so much board turnover, again, Mrs. Tong, 6 years, longest serving board member. Dr. Rude, 3 years, you're right up on my tail. I'm 4 years. I mean, it's really shocking how much turnover there is, right? Where is the muscle memory? Where is the, talk about manual for president? I mean, the truth is that the demands are intense. Even things like, did all board members complete their governance training this year? Who tracks that? Who has that responsibility? The president. Who, who explains and supports, and then also disseminates and ensures that roles and responsibilities are being followed properly? The president. There's just so many responsibilities that would be better served with a governance committee. So that happening is beyond exciting for me. Just for personally, it was like, okay, president, go. Well, what does that mean? And we can do all the NJSBA trainings, and, our reps can be, the representatives can be helpful in guiding us, but, it's a lot of sorting out as you go. So, I think it would be enormously beneficial to the entire board to have that, and then have a mechanism, something small like, what do you do when, you're not copied on emails that you're supposed to be, or, I can remember meeting with a board member years ago, requesting a meeting with a board member. And the board member met with me and said, I just want you to know, or 2 board members met with me and said, I just want you to know, our board president is aware and supportive of this meeting. And I'm like, who cares? Why do I need to know that? But that's board norming. And they were always transparent about that, so it's like stuff like that. We don't have muscle memory, and it shouldn't rely on individuals, right? Any healthy organization should have processes that are in place, not just people. So, this is a little bit of my, maybe it's some of my frustration, but I'm being honest. I just think I think it's long overdue, and it's fantastic. So as far as the other committees, all in support. I think it's a great way to go. We have a lot of work to do. I keep looking at Mrs. Winters too. So again, just really want to thank you both. Any way that I can be supportive as a board member, in this process, please let me know. I would be very happy to be whatever I can do. Again, just to clarify, it will be the new board ultimately that will decide, right? Tonight's the opening conversation. But I think it could be really, really great. So thank you both.
You made me just think of something with what you were just saying. I'm assuming I already know the answer to this question, but would the governance committee be the ones that oversee our bylaws that we have, or no?
So that was actually Mr. Mayor's question when he first looked at it, because he's very territorial, like a dragon, about P&L. So I think the conversation we had was that it would be the way that it is. So P&L would hold the bylaws, but then governance would also review them, just the way that if P&L has a policy that touches on CNI, it comes to CNI and then gets sent back to P&L. So P&L would still retain the bylaws, but it would be in collaboration with governance. And that's to Mr. Greenbaum's point about the siloing. I think that we need to break down some of those silos and work more collaboratively together. And I think that will help, and also the rotation of board members in and out of the other meetings. And having the board meetings all stacked on Tuesdays will help with that too. Because if I need Miriam to swing in to CNI one night because we're talking about something that she's the only one who remembers how it works, or something like that. Or if for whatever reason, Adam needs, you to swing in to BNF because you have special expertise on something, that'll allow us to do that. It used to be that the only time that a board member would sub into a committee is if somebody else was absent. And a lot of times that was last minute, you didn't really get to prepare. So it's good to have another set of ears, but this would be more intentional, both to allow exposure to other issues and also to allow for people to be pulled in if their expertise is needed. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. I wasn't really thinking about that until everything that you were saying, Miriam, Ms. Stern, sorry. Because I think that is one of the things that I remember from my board training, my initial board training, was the importance of reviewing those bylaws too, because like you're saying, we probably are getting into the habit of, yeah, well, that's the way it should be, right? Because that's the way that they've been, but maybe that's something important that some work can come out of both committees, not to step on your toes. But re-stepping on them. But yeah, I think that's a good thing that we can discuss, or something, important to bring up in discussion too, is to make sure that we're staying on top of those and that they're current and following the practices that we all agree to.
Anyone else? All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other new business? All right, so we're going to go to old business, and anybody have any other old business before we have our goodbye old business? Mrs. Gallagher has an old business. Go for it.
This isn't really old business necessarily. It's just more like all the strategic planning portrait of a graduates that are going on right now. Obviously, I know the Zone PTA is collaborating with individual PTAs, and it seems like kind of school clusters are coming together to kind of maximize. If for some reason your school or your cluster is not having a strategic planning meeting, is a person able to join another? Like if like a parent in, I don't know, like a man parent, like if we're not doing it, could we go to the one on the west side on the 21st of January? Is it limited?
Yeah,
It's
absolutely. No,
open?
they're
Okay.
totally open.
Oh, okay, awesome. Okay, and then I don't remember if I saw it, and obviously those dates would be put in all the district correspondences that come out, like whether through the building principals or and the district as well.
Yes, they will.
Okay,
So, as we are converting our website from the current site to the new site, we've refrained from putting, plethora of information on the current site because it would have to be just converted. So that doesn't make sense for us. But yes, it will appear January when we come back.
Thank you.
Okay, any other old business? So I think this might be a nice time. I think we have some goodbyes to say. If anyone has anything that they would like the folks who are had a chance. Some of you had a chance to say goodbye. Some of you have people, I think, who've showed up for you as you're saying goodbye in this room. So I just want to kind of open it up as we finish our last meeting of the year. You know, as this current board, last meeting as this current board, just to kind of give that opportunity to folks who are finishing their time for comments to be said, remarks to be said, or not. That's okay too. Mr. Gumam.
Sure, why not be the one to start? So in no particular order, Mrs. Naz, it's really been a pleasure getting to know you this year. And while your tenure was a bit shorter than some of the others, you were selected by this board to support the students of Cherry Hill. And I thank you for your impactful and hopefully meaningful service to the community for the past year. While you're certainly more than just the communities you represent, I'm really glad you were able to be a voice for those communities, and you know, I hope you'll continue to stay involved and be that voice. Mrs. Tong, after serving for 2 terms, you bring so much experience to the board. You've always been willing to share your insights and experiences from your time supporting the district, and I just want to say it's a joy seeing your daughter graduate last year and just seeing the big smile on your face as a proud mom. And then last but not least, Dr. Rude. I've always thought of you as kind of a bit of a wild card. I'm never quite sure what to expect, but I know that you're an independent thinker who brings a unique perspective to your board service and never shies away from standing up for what's right. You did this again with your remarks tonight, and I know you'll continue to advocate for our students and for various communities. So thank you very much.
Mrs. Winters.
So I'm going to say this about all 3 of you because it's equally true for all of you. Your board service is marked by the fact that whenever you were needed, you showed up. And I think that's something today when we're all so busy running around and already the level of board commitment to these meetings, the amount of preparation is high. Every time there was a need for somebody, I'm thinking about Dr. Rude showing up at the preschool meeting we had at Malberg, the public hearing. Ms. Niaz, you showed up for so many community events this year. Every single time I looked at the list of board member engagement opportunities, your name was on there. I think you probably hit almost every single school during you did a fantastic job during your service. And Ms. Tong, every time there was something to be done, you came cheerfully and with a smile. Like it's to Dr. Morton's point, the biggest gift that we have is our time. And the fact that all 3 of you went at different moments in your service above and beyond for this district is so commendable and admirable. And I hope to emulate that because it's not an easy thing to do when there's so many other pressures on our lives, family pressures and things that are going on within our own, our own lives, our time and all that space. But everybody, all 3 of you always showed up for the kids and showed up for us when we needed you. And I just really appreciate that of all of you. Thank you so much. And I hope you all find enriching, enjoyable things to do on your Tuesday nights going forward. But we will miss you so greatly here at the table. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
It's late, so I'll sort of keep this brief, but I'm also going to be informal and use first names only. Quasia. Largely, you are here. Mr. Greenbaum mentioned it, that we selected you. And one of the reasons why I was comfortable doing that was the words that you spoke in this room during a not terribly calm meeting. You said things that needed to be said. You said them in a way that they needed to be said. And I think went a long way towards helping us understand the importance of hearing from voices that we don't hear from often enough and we aren't careful enough to listen to. And your presence here allowed us to do that. I'm sorry that it was not as long as I might have hoped and as you might have hoped, but it was important service, and I'm glad you were here Your concerns, the concerns of those who you spoke for, will not be silent, thanks to your presence. So thank you. Sally, you have always been one of my favorite board members to hear. And the only board member who is always smiling all the time. And that's not easy, right? You, like the rest of us, unfortunately, are blamed for things that we have no control over and did not do, despite the work we're trying to do. Never seems to bother you. You also bring perspective and have from years before any of us were on the board. That's been very helpful. So I thank you for that, for your constant smiles, your perseverance, your willingness to be here. And someday from now, when the Cherry Hill Public School System has a solar farm for electric buses, I am hoping that it will be named the Sally Tong Solar Farm. Ben, yours will be the shortest, only because Adam already stole some of my thunder. I wouldn't necessarily say that you were the wild card. I will simply say that when you got up to speak, I always thought this might be really good. But not sure what that means. But I was always right, because you always were, and quite simply, I always saw you and always will as the conscience of this board. Speaking not just for particularly troubled students and students who are unfortunately always attacked, being willing to stand for them, but just being the conscience for all of us, for all the students, and helping us understand the importance of seeing what's inside of a student's desires and what can we do as a board to ensure that they can succeed. You were that person, and hopefully your absence will not mean that that important element of our consideration is in any way weakened. For me, it won't be. Thanks largely because you were here.
Okay. Mrs. Gallagher.
I'll keep it short too. Ben, Sally, and Katsia, I just want to say thank you. Obviously, this is a lot of time, a lot of frustration. You know, it's so I, appreciate all the time and effort that you guys have put into it, and enjoy that free time.
This is your thing.
I cannot be the only one, but I don't take my silence as anything other than I'm just speechless. So enjoy your free time. I'm a little jealous. I hope your Tuesdays are serene and calm.
So I got to speak earlier, so I won't duplicate. But I do want to remind you all to turn your laptops in, please. Don't want to forget that. But yeah, just really, really grateful, really thrilled, excited, very jealous in some ways, all of the above. But I want to give all of you, whoever, if you would like time to speak, please feel free to have a chance. So go for it.
I'm gonna make one last comment. I hope I'm not sure, but I thank you for all your generosity, your good remarks. I think you guys heading for better next year. I can see you guys already have action plans, which when I was in there, that's not in place. So I appreciate that you guys are doing more than average BOE has done, or at least what I see. All right, good luck.
Bring it home, Katsia.
I just want to thank you all again. Specifically, I will always remember all the times that everybody was very helpful. Adam, you follow me around at the State House, my charger. Should I plug it over here? Should I plug it in over here? I'm like, I'm okay, Adam. Ben, your your willingness to say whatever's on your mind, regardless of who's in front of you. Um, Miriam and Joel, your leadership. Kim and Renee, your friendship, your guidance. Gina, your enthusiasm on every single topic. And Sally, your constant smile, like Joe pointed out. And just thank you all so much. This has been a wonderful experience, and it's a one in a lifetime thing for some people. And I am just so blessed that I was able to represent not only the Muslim community, but the disabled community. I hope that this brings more people forward that come from both communities and gives them a space to advocate for themselves and for others as well. Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful 10 months, regardless of our differences, regardless of how we voted or whatever. You guys are, all of you are great people. And this is a difficult job, and I commend you all for doing it for the longest times that you've done it. But I need a break. I really do. 10 months is more than enough. And I will be back maybe someday, but for now I'm done.
Well, beautifully said. I'm going to assume we are done with our old business. We've fleshed out our old business, and we will move into our second public comment. This is the second public comment section during which community members may comment on any school-related topic. If you'd like to speak now, please clearly state your name and municipality. We will alternate between speakers who are here in the room and those who are online. Public comment, the timer on the screen will indicate the amount of time you have remaining. Public comment is an opportunity for members of the community to comment on matters relevant to the operations of Cherry Hill Public School District or within the authority of the Cherry Hill Board of Education. The board welcomes diverse opinions on relevant matters. Under established federal law governing reasonable restrictions on speech in public forums, statements which demean individual community members or groups or which are irrelevant to the operations of the school district or are repetitive will not be permitted. Community members who would like to present information not relevant to the school district are always welcome to communicate directly to the district superintendent, board president, and all board members via email or other alternative means. And with that, we will start at the microphone. If anyone would like to speak, please approach the microphone. Please state your full name and your municipality.
Hi, my name is Tuba Hussein, and I am from Cherry Hill. I'm sharing a message on behalf of a community member who had to head out. So you should have all received invitations to Muslim Heritage Month on January 25th. It would be wonderful for everyone to attend. I think Phil Murphy announced December or January, excuse me, was Muslim Heritage Month last year. There's going to be art, performances, and food that's probably a little too spicy for everyone. We would love to see you all there, and there'll be a lot of students within our district, and I'm sure they'd be happy to see you all there. And this, I wasn't really planning on saying anything, but I just wanted to congratulate and say to Kutsia, we are all so proud of you for the work that you've done on the board, representing not just, our community's interests, the interests of disabled people, but always kind of being the voice of reason within our community too. And just, I think you've done an incredible job always being like, let's see the other side, let's see the other part of things. And we're all so proud of you. We've seen how hard you worked, and we are just so proud to know you. And thank you to the rest of the board for being just so kind and supportive to our community. I know there's so many times that Kutsia was like, yeah, like, Renee's coming to the mosque. I was like, why is Renee coming to the mosque? Or like, I'm driving to this conference, like with my friends. And it just means so much to not just kind of embrace like our community and people who represent our community, but really embracing someone who we care so deeply about as an individual and everything that comes with that, whether it's following her around with a charger or just supporting her in so many ways. It means so much, and we've heard so much about it. So I just wanted to say thank you on our behalf.
Okay, and now we go to the line, and the first hand up online is the name Gloria. Gloria, if you could please state your full name and your municipality when the timer restarts.
Hi. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Thank you. My name is Gloria Gao. I'm at in Cherry Hill School District in Sharp. And I just want to take a moment to thank Sally Tong for serving on the board for 6 years. As you attend your final meeting tonight, I want to thank you for your commitment and contribution, for taking the time and for thoughtful and tireless advocacy for students, staff, and community. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everyone on the Board of Education. Thank you for your time and commitment.
Okay, thank you. We go back to the room. There might be. Wait, I'm sorry. If you could please hold on. Are we still live, Mr. Blavinsky? Delay. Okay. I'm sorry, Crystal. All right, if you could please state your full name, municipality, and make sure to, show us what you have to know.
Hi, everyone. My name is Crystal Ye from Cherry Hill. I've been at the microphone a lot of times in my past to advocate for the Cherry Hill community, but this time is a little different. Usually I'm used to reading off my phone, but tonight I want to be a little bit more authentic and genuine. I really want to congratulate my mom, Miss Tong, who you might know her better as, and really congratulate her for all the hard work that she's put into the community, for the students, for me. I remember as coming to these Board of Ed meetings as early as 5th grade to advocate for bringing Mandarin to the school curriculum. And just that introduction and that little encouragement from my mother has really brought me into this sphere of endless possibilities and showing how much potential I have. And she really just showed me how much potential I do have and really instilled that confidence in me. She's really been a strong light in the Asian community specifically and has really been a point of representation for me to show that anything is possible. I don't think I would have done student government in high school if it wasn't for her. I wouldn't have started my own organization if it wasn't for her. Just doing this whole lifetime of service would not have been a pathway that I would have considered a open door for me if it wasn't for my mother. And I think that her being on this board has also done the same for many other members in my community. I see a lot more Asian American advocates and a lot of people who are really interested in educational equity. And I'd like to thank that to my mother, who has always supported me and everything that I've done. And she's always been on the side of the students when they have these concerns. She's always been very empathetic towards all the sides. So I really appreciate all that she's done and that she was there for me when I walked across the stage and graduated last year. And I'm very thankful to have you as my mother and to have you also as a now former Board of Ed member, but thank you so much for your time. And we have your favorite flowers, orchids, to share with you. So thank you. And also thank you to the rest of the Board of Ed members who also probably had to hear me talk a lot on behalf of the students. But thank you all for your hard work as well and for being with my mother.
Thank you.
You can have it.
Aw. Sure, go for it. Why not? Yeah, no one's gonna give you a hard time today. All right, well, I hope not. Very good. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. We're gonna go to, oh gosh, this is precarious. We are gonna go to the line, and the next name online is Nigao, and if you could please state your full name, your municipality. The timer restarts.
Hi, can everybody hear me? This is Ni Gao. I go by Nina Gao. I am a resident of Cherry Hill. I have come to these meetings many times before myself, in person before COVID. I want to take a moment to thank the Board of Education members, the delegation, and every week, I know these meetings are long, but I also want to echo what Crystal just said to congratulate Sally and thank her for 6 years of service to the community. I remember Sally was at the during the bond issue period. She was at the Chinese school every Saturday, taking the time to explain to the parents there what bond is. And because we have many Asian community members, first generation immigrants new to the district, so she did a tremendous job to support the bond. I really want to thank her for that. And thank you for letting me speak. That's it. Thank you, Sally. I will miss you.
Thank you. Okay, go to the room. I think you know what to do. Yeah, raise it up so we can hear you. Full name and municipality.
Yes, Lily E. Rude, she, her pronouns, Cherry Hill. I, like Crystal, have been here many times before, although I have not been here for a year and a half when I was sitting at the table as the East Board Rep. But I came tonight to congratulate my dad, Dr. Ben Rude, and thank him for his 3 years of service to the Cherry Hill community on the Board of Education. As he spoke to, it was me who asked him 3 years ago to run for Board of Education. I was getting involved in politics and education, and I felt strongly that we needed more voices in our community to stand up for environmental sustainability, for transparency, for LGBTQ students, and most of all for voices on the Board of Education who were dedicated first and foremost to students and to doing what I think now so many folks on the board have named tonight, which is, advocating for students first. And I think you helped to bring that priority. And I think that Cherry Hill students will always be better off for it. So I thank you. And like you spoke to earlier tonight, I could not come up here without making, a more of an issue-based statement of my own, which is that I also have to thank you for having been an advocate for LGBTQ plus students and particularly trans students in Cherry Hill. When I was last here as the student board rep, and I made my own closing remarks, I remember very clearly the moment in which I asked each member of the board to commit themselves to continuing to support our trans community in our schools. And many folks assured me that that would happen. And I think it has, but I also think that the conditions to do so have worsened. I think that the attacks on trans students have intensified. They've intensified in this very room. They've intensified at this microphone. They've intensified all around the country. And so it takes courage to continue to stand up for the most vulnerable among us. And you all need to continue to do so. It is your duty. And my dad has done so. And I'm very grateful. And I hope that much like there will be the Sally Tong Solar Center, I hope that there will be the Ben Rude Cherry Hill support of trans students memorandum or something of the sort. So thank you.
Thank you. It's nice to see the kids coming back, the young adults now. All right, we go to the line, and the name is Rosen. If you could please state your full name and your municipality when the timer restarts.
Mindy Rosen, Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Good luck to all the members, the outgoing members, and thank you for your service. So I have 3 questions that I've written to all of you about, and I've spoken the last meeting, and now I'm going to just, for the record, ask these questions again. Where does it say that you must have an appointment to be admitted to any school in Cherry Hill? Where is the written procedures for admittance to Cherry Hill schools? Where can I see them? How can I get them? Then the second question I've been asking, where does it say that the box must be checked on an IEP form where your advocate will not be allowed in the IEP meeting, in violation actually of IDEA? Where is the policy that says that this, in my view, discrimination is permitted? So those two questions, which I've asked for a while now. And I'm very glad you're having all these new board groups, especially governance. I'm hoping that maybe they'll learn some of these things there. But I am concerned a little bit about any meeting that would not be open to the community. I think that seems problematic personally. So that's it. Thanks.
Okay, we go back to the room. Microphone. Please state your full name and your municipality when the timer restarts.
All right, so my name is DJ Ye. I'm from Cherry Hill, and I am Sally Tong's son. I'm kind of up here to, I guess, say a few words related to my mom. I think when I think of my mom in my head, there's a few words and things that come to mind. One thing is she's very loud. She gets her way. And I'm tempted to say annoying, but you know, these are just the superficial things about her. I think the more deep things that I have realized about my mom is that, or you guys have realized this too, but she tends to smile a lot. And I think a lot of people would think of this as a naive trait, like she might not care about things, but I think it's both strategic and necessary that she smiles all the time, in the sense that it keeps her level-headed and it really fills the room and affects the people around her to smile more and to stay level-headed as well. And that's a trait that I really admire about my mom, and that I am so proud of her to exude amongst everybody that she talks to, especially on this board. The other thing is that my mom brings a very unique perspective, and she could have easily decided not to be on this board based off the fact that she's not that eloquent. Not that it's her fault, but she decided to be a part of this board because deep down, she really does care about the people around her and making sure that everybody's happy, just like she is. And I'm really proud of my mom for chasing her dreams when she couldn't in high school. But she has the opportunity now to affect change the way she sees fit. And I tried to take after her in chasing my own dreams. And so I'm so proud of my mom, and I just want to congratulate her for her time on the board.
Very nice.
Thank you.
I mean, you still have 17 seconds left. Thank you. All right, we are going to go back to the line, and the next hand online is the number 788. If you could please state your full name and your municipality.
My name is Jeff Podowitz, and I live in Cherry Hill. Let's talk about some numbers, some funding numbers, because our funding, it appears, will be cut again. First, which you know, because if I know it, you know it, our equalized valuation increased 8%. You should be more than able to tell us what effect that will have on our aid for next year. You know those numbers. You can estimate it. Tell us. 8% increase means we will be affected negatively. You may have the aggregate income numbers. I don't have it, but you very well may. If that's risen, the two together, what will the effect be on our numbers? Our aid will be cut. Are you considering this? What's going on? When you look, the one way which I heard no one talking about, and this has to do with kids with disabilities, is that number, that census method number, of that we're supposed to receive for our aid, because they decided to go to a census method, should not be wealth equalized the way it is, and not be wealth equalized at all. So the children, kids with disability get that total number. An example of the way the state works is last year, the aid we got for preschool was 6.1, but you listed it as 7.6. It was not 7.6. Anyone can look at that number. And the fact that you wrote that was wrong, but also was you were doing what the state wants at our expense. The number is 6.1. You transfer money down from our total SFRA numbers, which are decreasing, and you provide it, but it's our funds. Another thing is our total funding per pupil in 2023, 2024 was over $26 million. So when you look at the cost for preschool, that's the number to work on. There's a number, the other number the state uses called budget cost for pupil. That was about 20,000, I'm sorry, per pupil. But that doesn't include things like the bond, which wasn't included in the 26, and also what else was not included was transportation and other things like that. That 26,000 is a more equal number. So you know something, if they ever take that 14,000 or 15,000 per pupil away from us, we will be sunk as a community. There are a lot of problems, all right? Our taxes are going up tremendously. You got to do something. You got to consider that. And please tell us what you figured out, an estimate of the numbers of what our aid is going to be next year. Please
Thank
do
you,
that.
Dr. Podowitz. Your time is up. Thank you. And we will go back to the room, the microphone. Please state your full name and your municipality.
Rick Shore, Cherry Hill. Ms. Tong, thank you for your service. Thank you for always voting for the best interests of children. Ms. Diaz, there was one moment we had together. I can't really go into it, but much respect for you. Dr. Rude, thank you for your service. We might not have always agreed, but like with any wishes, I wish you the best, because that's just good karma. I wouldn't wish badness on anyone. All right, let's get down to the topic of the night. And the topic of tonight is protecting radical pedagogy. That's what our district or our board is up to. Let me give you some examples of what radical pedagogy does. If we look back 2 meetings ago, Dr. Morton stated there's a tremendous amount of division in our town. Let's also go back to what Mr. Mayor said about the incident when they posted the make tar great again. Mr. Mayor said they knew what they were doing and it was wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, that picture that was associated with vile hate and everything else that Dr. Morton and Mr. Mayor referred to is if you look into it, that person, if it's true, lives over 1,000 miles away from us. So our district and our board is throwing our town under the bus. It's called radical pedagogy. Let me give you another example. This is a quote from Dr. Mahan. To address this systemic racism and implicit bias by staff and students. So we have systemic racism going crazy in Cherry Hill. We have bias, staff and students. You know, and then we come back to the question of DEI and the report from Rutgers University on November 13th. DEI is causing more bias and hostility. This is what builds character of people. This is what builds our best students. So our board sits here and, you know, you have to ask the question, do you let your children lie to you? Do you let your children regularly come up and just lie to you? Every question that comes up about DEI is just basically a big lie. Thank you.
Okay. And we go back to the line, and I don't see any hands up online. We go back to the room. Oh, please feel free to approach the podium. Please state your full name and municipality when the timer restarts.
Jenna Taylor and Cherry Hill. And I just wanted to get up and say congratulations to all the board members who are leaving, and you'll have more free time on your Tuesdays. And I just want to say thank you to Ms. Tong. We've known each other a short time, but you have consistently advocated for student voice, and I can't thank you enough. It's very important, and students really care about it. They want their voice to be heard. They want to be in the conversations. And I've always been one of those students who wanted to advocate for myself, but also advocate for my peers. And I just thank you for that. And Dr. Rude, I thank you for advocating for all the communities that aren't heard enough. And just thank you for your support. You just have gone beyond, above and beyond in supporting us students from all different walks of life. So I just want to let you know that you have impacted me. And I just thank you. And Ms. Diaz, I want to thank you for putting forth your time and just being a representative for the Muslim community. You don't know how much it means to me because I don't get to see many people who look like me in rooms. So for me, it's very important that our voices are heard and that our community has somebody that's standing up for us. So I appreciate it. And I want to thank you all. And just enjoy your time and keep making a difference in our community because us as students, we see it. And thank you.
Okay, and we go back to the line, and the hand up online is Panina Mintz. You could please state your full name and your municipality when the timer restarts. Go ahead.
Good evening, Dr. Panina Mintz, Galloway Township. I want to thank Sally Tong and Niaz and Ben Root for their service on the Board of Education. I'm a little bit questioning the spending so much time of the board meeting on self-congratulations and not attending to the business at hand of taking care of teaching our students. It's all about feelings, it's all about identities, it's all about different communities. And what I'm not hearing is the only mission that this school is charged with is educating our children. We're not here to self-congratulate ourselves or to feel good about this person or that person. We're here to achieve skills in K through 12. And I'm not hearing any of that. I've been listening, and I'm not seeing it. So I'm kind of wondering what happened to our schools. I'm not sending emails anymore to the Board of Education because none of these emails ever get any answers. Nobody cares. So you talk a good game about listening to the public, and you talk a good game about student voice, and making the students believe that they have a voice. So you're fooling the students, you're fooling the public, and I'm sorry to say that. And I know I'm making generalization right now about all the Board of Ed members, and I'm sorry about that. But you really have to look at the mirror and really stop that game and start paying attention of what we need to teach our children. And you're failing at that, and you just look at the scores, look at math scores, reading and writing and so on. So The taxpayers and the parents and the students are being shortchanged. And I know you love to congratulate yourselves and you like all these identity politics, and it's really very wonderful and everybody's so happy. But at the end of the game, the students are being shortchanged, and turning them into activists is not going to help them in the long run. So I'd like to return to merit, where you put the effort in and you achieve by your own strength, no matter what your identity is. And nobody can help you. You can help yourself with your own brain, and don't let emotions get in the way.
Go back to the microphone.
Benjamin Rude, Cherry Hill. I'll make it short. NJSLA scores were all up. The district is.
Sorry.
I
Sorry,
don't
no,
need-
it's
I'll
okay.
be-
We
I'll
just
be
want,
done in
we
a
should get the
second.
timer, just to be fair. Treat
Okay.
everybody fairly.
NJSLA scores are up. Measures across the district are up. The district is doing amazing. The naysayers who want to detract and destroy will say that we're failing. But I am so proud of our district, of our superintendent, of the board members at this table, because you guys have all been fighting for our kids, and the numbers prove that things are going in the right direction. Well done.
Okay, we go back to the line. There are no hands up online, so we go back to the room. If anyone else would like to speak, please approach the microphone. When the timer restarts, full name and municipality, please.
Can you restart it, Miriam? It's already gone 4 minutes by the time you're done talking. 4 seconds. Thank you. Ann Einhorn, Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Several things. On January 8th, they're having a preschool information session. And I was really disappointed to see that only the community members only have been banned from this for observation and informational purpose, as all the taxpayers are responsible for paying for this program. When you have parent-teacher conferences, why are teachers not in attendance or have made other arrangements with the parents for those parents with a team of teachers so that all staff is there for the parents and I thought the student? Quazia, I'll never forget Ronaldo Terrace in the summer. I will always be glad to take you home. And thank you for everything, particularly representing the Muslim community. I am going to say this. When you do the next leadership team for this board in January, I would hope that you do indeed plan for the future and that you make sure that at least your vice president is someone who's going to be on this board for at least another year, if not 2, because that has been one of the problems with this situation. The other thing I'd like to make sure that you all know, that you may not like me or you may not respect members of this community, but you do sit here in front of all of us, and you also have the students looking at you. And when you mock and you do a drum roll and you roll your eyes and you laugh, it's not appropriate. I'm sorry. We can talk about all kinds of things, but you set the tone. We're all valuable in this community, whether we agree with each other or not. And sometimes if you would take the time, you might listen and hear that some of these communities absolutely are correct in some of their statements. I just, and hopefully next time around, we can quit the gum chewing at the table. So for the rest of you, thank you for serving. I know I've been there, and I'm glad that you did it for your own sake, if not for anything else, because it's always an experience to sit there. Thank you.
Okay, we go back to the line. I don't see any hands raised online, so we go back to the room. Is there anybody who would like to speak? Please approach the microphone.
I'm going to be on this side anyway, so why not?
Can you get it? Okay.
Yeah. All right, Kutsianiaz, Cherry Hill. I just want to say that serving on this board has been one of the greatest honors of my life. Being the first disabled Muslim to hold this position is a responsibility I carry with immense pride. Like many who have navigated complex identities, I have once struggled with self-acceptance in a world that often treats difference as a limitation. Over time, I've come to see these parts of myself as sources of strength and perspective. Today, I wear these titles with pride, knowing they have shaped the way I serve this community and advocate for students of all backgrounds. In this role, I've had the privilege of building lifelong friendships with fellow board members, staff, and community members. I hope that in my time here, I've made a small difference in the fostering equity, inclusion, and ensuring every student feels valued in our schools. I want to thank Dr. Morton and his staff for their dedication to supporting our kids. Their commitment to our schools is invaluable. I also extend my gratitude to our teachers who work tirelessly to help students succeed. I attribute much of my own success to the guidance and patience of the educators who supported me. One lesson I've learned is that true inclusion goes beyond representation. It means creating an environment where every student feels they belong, regardless of background, abilities, or circumstances. It means ensuring our policies and programs reflect the needs of every child, not just the majority or the loudest voices. This commitment was tested with FERPA violations this past year. These breaches are trust affected students and families, and it is unacceptable that resolving them took so long. We must do better to ensure no family feels their privacy or dignity is dismissed. Comments like "it was only names" diminish the gravity of the situation. Empathy is essential because every child deserves safety and respect. Looking ahead, we must carefully evaluate our resources while preschool expansion is valuable. It cannot come at the expense of the resources current students need. We have a responsibility to support students today with the tools and programs necessary for their success, whether that means hiring an interventionist, providing mental health support, or addressing academic gaps. Growth is important, but it weakens the foundation we've built, not if it weakens this foundation we've built. As board members, we must remember we are on the same team, united in serving students. Respect and collaboration are key to fulfilling that mission. I also emphasize the importance of board etiquette, especially in how we engage with the community. We may not always agree with opinions, but it is our duty to listen respectfully. As board members, we set the tone for our district and must model inclusion, respect, and empathy. The future of our district is bright, and I'm confident that together we can continue to build schools that serve as a source of pride for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, hopefully you'll continue to come back and do that. Okay, we go to the line. There are no hands online. Look in the room, there's nobody at the microphone, so I'm going to close public comment and move on to superintendent comments.
Thank you, Ms. Stern, and I'll be very brief. We have not received any budgetary figures, numbers, or anything else at this point. Budget information will be released after the governor's address, which does not take place until the end of February, if I'm correct. Anything or any indication that numbers have been released is completely made up, and I'm not quite sure where that would come from. There was a question about the HIT grant, the high impact tutoring grant, and the vendors that were identified. The amount that will be allocated to those vendors will not exceed the amount that was approved this evening. So that amount is published on the agenda. And then with that, I'd just like to say, wish everyone a wonderful winter recess, happy holidays, happy New Year. Look forward to seeing you all in 2025. Have a great night.
Thank you, Dr. Morton. And I want to echo the sentiment of wishing you and the full board and everybody in our community, all the administrators and staff, a very restful and enjoyable and peaceful winter break. And for those who celebrate any holidays, I hope you have good holidays and a good New Year. And I'm excited to, for the last time, say, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? Mrs. Niaz. All in favor? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned.